of the TEF consortia. My name is Christopher Baum. I stand here for the Berlin Institute of Health and the Charité. So dear Senator Giffey, representing the state of Berlin, dear Director Scioli, representing the European Commission, and dear conference participants, together with Petra Ritter, Professor for Brain Stimulation at the Berlin Institute of Health and at Charité University Medical Center here in Berlin. It is my pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful city on such a beautiful day and to open this important event, All TEFs Open for Business. Sounds great and is great. Indeed, technical progress in the field of artificial intelligence and robotics has reached a breathtaking speed, not least in the healthcare sector. In nowadays healthcare, routine use of AI applications is still an exception, but this will change rapidly. Future medical devices will not only record and produce data, but also use AI for active data management and interpretation. Therefore, in the very near future, physicians and their teams will no longer be the first decision maker, and this is really a big change, but rather act as secondary and tertiary interpreters of a rich resource of data that have been collected, digested, and presented with the help of machine-embedded intelligence. Hospitals will thus transform into intelligent buildings with super data integration centers, merging multiple sources of information that not only capture, but also interpret the biological, psychological, and societal determinants of health and disease. And these multiple specific individual determinants of disease will be interpreted against the background knowledge of thousands, if not millions, of people with similar conditions. Along these lines of development, it can also be predicted that digital twins will become routine to aid in decision-making and illustrating outcome of potential and actual interventions. Therefore, dear conference participants, it is fair to say that we have reached a new phase of substantial transformation, not only in the healthcare sector, based on novel interactions of human and machine-based intelligence. And as you well know, similar changes are ongoing in many other technology-driven fields. This makes it even more important that new AI-based devices and procedures must first prove their benefits and safety. Testing and experimenting, ideally in real-world settings, is a crucial part of turning research into practice, which in medicine we call translation, the conversion of knowledge into health. This is also the mission of our institute, the Berlin Institute of Health, here in the Charité, and it's my pleasure, therefore, to stand here. What is true for medicine is also relevant, as I said, for numerous other fields in which data capture and interpretation become the crucial innovators. So I also stand here as a citizen of Berlin, Germany, and Europe, who is more than happy to see you all and all of your teams joining forces and exchange results and methods across the fields of medicine, agriculture, manufacturing, and smart cities. In all these fields, turning research into practice and creating trustworthy AI-based technologies is a joint effort of multiple players: academia, entrepreneurs, investors, established companies, regulators, additional private stakeholders, and politics. Indeed, we need fruitful interactions of all these players across all sectors and across all countries of the European Union to build a joint European ecosystem for innovation in the interest of individual citizens and our society. Your contribution to the TEFs will therefore establish important paradigms of international collaboration to move novel technologies into the market. I'm confident that the TEFs will become a beautiful manifestation of the collaborative European spirit in responsible innovation. And I would like to thank all of you who are involved in these novel platforms. While you all realize the potential of international, interdisciplinary, and transsectoral collaboration in the TEFs, policymakers will hopefully do their best to establish fruitful and safe framework conditions for data management. In Germany, currently, especially in the field of health, we are witnessing substantial changes, positive changes in this regard, which is very good news, no doubt. Let me close by recognizing the importance of individual drivers of innovation. And in my eyes, Petra Ritter is a perfect example of a great scientist striving for responsible innovation. Just in case you don't know, Petra is not only coordinating TEF-Health, she is also an internationally renowned researcher in the field of computational neurology. Furthermore, in our institute, she overtook great responsibility as elected chair of our extended board of directors, and in the Charité, she acts as officer for international affairs and also as ombudsperson for good scientific practice, amongst others. Petra, it's great to see how you combine, just in one person, in one head, the deep scientific interest that in the determinants of human disease with the strong spirit for responsibility for individual human beings, for the institutions in which you work, BH and Charité, and also for the wider society. International interactions are at the heart of all of your activities. Petra, we are really proud to have you on board. I say this because, indeed, the success of the TEFs will eventually depend on the quality of the people running the show. That is why I see a great future for the TEFs, and I hope that all of you will trigger the establishment of sustainable innovation in Europe. Thank you very much to all of you and to Petra to bring us together today here in Berlin. I wish you a great day with plenty of inspiring insights. And I now can give the word to Petra herself. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Christopher, for the really very kind and touching words. Yeah. Welcome, everyone. Yeah. On behalf of my TEF colleagues, Raffaele, Valentina, Martin, we are welcoming you to this event. It's a very exciting event for us. Yeah? We are celebrating together the opening of 4 TEFs. And we all started in January last year, and now we are proud to show you what we have done in the meantime. So it will be an exciting day. There will be opportunity for a lot of networking. You will hear experts speaking about standards, about certification, about market access. But we also have the SMEs on stage that already benefited from our services, and we hear their feedback. And we also hear what are the needs still, what are the requirements, what is wanted from the TEFs in the future. Yeah, and we have also an exhibition where all the services, or many of the services of the 4 TEFs are being exhibited. You will be able to see these services in the lunch break and also during the reception. We have a reception at the end. Everyone is welcome to join the reception. We will have snacks and food and a lot of time for making contacts and for further networking. Let me say a few words about the testing and experimentation facilities. They are really a great opportunity that has been created by the European Commission. And we 4 TEF coordinators are really proud to be able to lead these new testing facilities. They are unique in Europe. Yeah? They carry the responsibility that the AI that is coming to the market is trustworthy. So what we do is we provide services that fill the gap between the innovation, yeah, the research as done here at the Berlin Institute of Health, for example, and the market. And why is it important? Because only if the innovation goes to the market, it benefits at the end the patients, for example. And this gap is existing. Yeah? There is a lot of requirement for a product to meet the regulations that are popping up in Europe, and they have a justification. They secure the rights of our society. Therefore, they are important, but they are also complex. And the TEFs are there to help the SMEs to solve the problem, validate their products, get them certified relatively quickly, and get them to the market. So I'm very grateful that today we have 2 very important persons here, and it's my pleasure to announce as the next speaker, Franziska Giffey, the former mayor mayor of Berlin, now deputy mayor, and senator for economy, energy, and enterprises. Thank you very much for joining us, and it's your floor.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's okay. Good morning, everyone. Dear Mrs. Joly, dear Professor Baum, dear Professor Ritter, honored guest. I'm really proud to welcome you all in Berlin, proud that we are part of this European project, and delighted to important international guests in our city. So I hope you have arrived well. You are in a very, very nice city, one of the most beautiful cities in the world, I have to say. So, and you are in a very special campus. Here in Charité is really one of the best hospitals in the world. We had been elected for the 6th best in the world just a few days ago. And the fact that in this city, which was divided, we have such a live development, so many people to come, so many international relationships, so many good developments in a democratic and free city. This is always very, very good to see and to experience. And when you look at Berlin, you can ask yourself, what are the important factors that this city has been successful during the last years? And I think two important factors, not the only, but still two important ones, are the city's extraordinary growth in first as the capital region in an international center for the healthcare industry and the healthcare services and life science, one very important development field. And second, the development of Berlin as a European center for digital economy, and in the recent years also for the development of AI applications. Here in Berlin is one of the biggest ecosystem of startups. The digital economy is really growing very fast. We have more than 5,000 companies, more than 100,000 people working in the digital ecosystem and in our startups. So we have the best conditions to grow even more. And this led also to a meeting today, and I would like to take this opportunity to express my special thanks to the Berlin Institute of Health here at the Charité Hospital and to the consortium of the TEF-Health. The Charité and the Berlin Institute of Health is the leader of this consortium and the organizer of this event. And dear Ms. Ritter, thank you for the work you have done with the whole team. Thank you very much for that. I think you can give an applause for that. It's early in the morning, it's Monday, I know. So, when I read the title first, Sectorial AI Testing and Experimentation Facilities, TEF. You know, I don't know how you felt, but I had to check what it is. And this project title is, dear Mrs. Joly, it is a typical European Commission one, right? So, but nevertheless, after this research, to understand what the project idea is all about, I thought this is a really good idea, and it fits with Berlin. And 2 years ago, in March 22, the Senate Department of Economic Affairs and Energy and Public Enterprises, my ministry, we received 2 years ago a last-minute request asking whether we, as the state of Berlin, could provide the missing co-financing share of 3 million euro for the German node of the TEF-Health. And although the project seemed rather abstract at that time, with physical and virtual tests and experimental facilities and new procedures and processes, on an experimental basis, whatever it takes, we quickly realized that this project is important and future-oriented and forward-thinking. And therefore, this project needed to be supported. And within 2 months, by May 2022, we were able to raise the missing funds and to support an impressive consortium applying for this EU call. And anyone who is familiar with the many bureaucratic processes, even in Germany, that are required to such a support, and who considers the short period of time in which this was made possible, you will understand how much importance we attached to this project. And so the journey of the TEF-Health began with the approval of the EU Commission already in August 2022, and even today, only 20 months later, there is a lot to be shown, but still a lot also of work ahead of us. And this is a big chance, and I think it's important to meet in person, not just only on the small screen and the video conference, but here in person, and to show what you have done, even to look in the future how it will be continued. And I brought a quote from Professor Stephen Hawking. Once he said in a speech at Cambridge University, and I quote, "Artificial intelligence will be either the best or the worst thing ever happened to humanity." Quote finish. And as of now, we can still only imagine that AI harbors enormous opportunities, but also enormous risks. And it is in our responsibility how to deal with it, how to handle it, and how to make the best use of it for humanity, and especially for the health sector, where it can really, really help a lot. So we need to design and shape these opportunities, and at the same time to try to minimize the risks. And the testing and experimentation facilities, the TEFs, they are important building blocks for making AI products made in Europe safer and better. Because we need to go on this track. We need to follow this development, because it will happen. It will happen, and it doesn't matter if we take care or not, but it will happen, and it's better when we take care. When we take care and when we establish a successful and responsible development in the areas such as health, agri-food, manufacturing, and smart cities. And it's important to give our citizens the best service, the best confidence in the reliability of these solutions, and that's why this project matters. So thank you everyone for doing this, and on behalf of the Berlin State Government, I wish you an exciting event today with many interesting discussions, new contacts, many insights, and a lot of motivation for your future work. So all the best, welcome to Berlin, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Franziska Giffey. It's now my big honor to announce our next welcome speaker, Lucilla Zioli. She is a director of the European Commission, a director for AI and for digital industries at the Directorate General for Communication, Networks and Technology, probably. So thank you so much for being here, and we much look forward to your welcome message.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator, for your very nice opening, and also to Professor Baum and also to Petra, that I really, really thank for organizing this event today. At the European Commission, we organized and we designed this testing and experimentation facility, a very boring title indeed, and very cryptic, very difficult to understand, already a couple of years ago. But we are very happy to see that today, finally, they are launching their services, so they had some time to get organized and to decide and organize their own funding. So today they start offering their services, and I really hope that many startups and SMEs, but also larger enterprises, will choose to use these services, because in the European Union we are very good at research, but what we need to do is to become even better at integrating these very good research outcomes in our applications. And so the testing and experimentation facilities play a really important role in helping companies to test their innovation in AI before they actually put it on the European market. And they will do this in certain areas. Healthcare, of course, is one of them, and that's why we are here in Charité, and I take the opportunity also to thank the Institute for Health here at Charité that is hosting us, but also in agri-food and in manufacturing and in smart cities. So these are the main sectors in which we have organized the testing and experimentation facilities. But as was said at the very beginning by the professor, we are living at very big times of change because while we were setting up the TEF and we were thinking of what we consider to be sort of narrow applications and narrow tasks in certain sectors, in reality, the generative AI emerged, and this is certainly a big disruption in AI. It's a big disruption because, of course, these are very large models trained on very large amounts of data, a lot of parameters, and they have a way of learning which will then facilitate also their application to specific tasks. And so this creates a lot of efficiencies and innovation potential that we want to harness in the European Union. And so what I would like to speak to you today is the fact that the European Union has put on the table an innovation package very recently, which is very much targeting how to help startups in the European Union, on the one hand, to develop these generative AI models, and on the other hand, to ensure that these models are used in applications by other companies in all the economic sectors. Because if we are not able to develop these models ourselves, we run very much the risk of once again depending on such an important technology from developments made in other parts of the world. And already today we see that many larger, also European companies are already making use of these models that come mostly from the United States. And we think that given that these models will really permeate our economy, and they are also an expression of culture because the models are trained on the basis of data that come from our history and our culture, depending on these developments from another region is not so desirable for a continent. And we have, of course, the luxury, let's say, of being in a wealthy continent, and so being able also to afford these developments ourselves. And although everybody is now talking about OpenAI and Microsoft and Anthropic and Google, doing these models, in reality we have some European experiences as well. And I put some on these slides, and you probably been in Germany all know Aleph Alpha. But also we have Mistral in France, who's just released a very interesting model, Silo AI in Finland. We have iGenius in Italy and many others. So we actually have more than 100 startups working on the development of generative AI models. And the European Commission has put on the table what we call an AI package, which is exactly aiming, as I said, on the one hand, to support the development of these models, and on the other hand, to make sure that they are then used by larger companies or other companies or even other startups in all the sectors of the economy to boost, let's say, what is artificial intelligence made in Europe. And we do that in two ways. On the one hand, we plan to support what we call AI factories. Basically, what we would like to do is to upgrade our supercomputers in the European Union so that they are adapted to artificial intelligence and they can be used to train the artificial intelligence models, because one aspect of these models is that they are very much expensive to train because they need a lot of computing resources, they need a lot of data on top of the talent and the capability of developing the algorithm. And this is one of the cost of training these models is one of the reasons why this is also in the hands of very big tech at the moment. So by facilitating access to the supercomputers, upgrading the supercomputers to AI capabilities, and then facilitating the access for our startups, connecting the supercomputers to data spaces, I think that by doing that, we should be able to create an ecosystem in the European Union where we can create communities, we can foster talent, and we can have different companies working together and developing the models, and at the same time meeting those who will actually uptake them for their applications. And for this stimulus of uptake in the applications, we have introduced an initiative that we call Gen AI for You, where we will be funding through our research program and our Digital Europe program the fact that in all the sectors of the economy, including the public sector, for example, there is an uptake of these generative AI models and possibly of models that are made in the European Union. So we have given, for example, examples of areas where we would like to see the uptake of these models that you can see in this slide. So they are all the main, let's say, economic sectors that we have in our economy. We had some recent discussions also internally in the European Commission, and we really see low-hanging fruit. And I have to say that healthcare is one of the low-hanging fruit, because there are many applications that one can apply in healthcare, which go from medical imaging and diagnostics to the possibility of using it for drug discovery and development. Large language models can also be healthcare assistants, and then they can facilitate personalized medicine. Now you would say, but many of these things we can also do it with normal AI. It's true, but what these generative AI models allow is that we can use one model to then fine-tune it and partly retraining to really do even better this kind of applications. And that is healthcare, but of course there are a lot of examples also for weather forecasting. So we can revolutionize, through these models, we can revolutionize weather forecasting by making the AI learn complex weather patterns from a very large amount of historical data, generating new predictions that are more accurate than they were before. Or we can apply it to robotics, and of course robotics is in manufacturing, but it is also in healthcare, it is also in agriculture. And robotics is an area where the European Union is very strong, in particular also relative to other parts of the world. So if we could, for example, apply generative AI to our robotics, we would really, be able to come forward with a very innovative application that would probably make us leaders at the global level. So that's an area where we will pay a lot of attention, the application of generative AI to robotics. And of course, generative AI also for manufacturing can play a very important role. I mentioned the agri-food area. Also here, detection and prediction in different applications, and also, this is agriculture, this apply everywhere, but of course generative AI can also help maybe preventing also cyber attacks. I think we should also keep these capabilities in mind. So I have obviously chosen these examples because these are the examples that are relevant for our TEF. And so the role of the TEF in the future will also be about helping to harness the capabilities of generative AI for different application sectors. And in fact, it was mentioned at the very beginning, the TEF play a very important role also for helping us to bring trustworthy artificial intelligence to the market. It was mentioned before that AI is great, but can come with certain risks that need to be mitigated. And this is why in the European Union we are about to adopt an Artificial Intelligence Act. It will enter in force in a month's time if the Parliament votes positively. The vote is planned for next week. And it will enter in force. It becomes applicable a little bit later. I think it will be important for all the developers and the deployers of AI to, of course, keep the rules that are foreseen by the Artificial Intelligence Act in mind, and we are working with business associations to make sure that there is a large awareness of the rules. The rules are very much only targeting applications that have implications from the point of view of safety and from the point of view of violation of fundamental rights. So if I take the areas of thefts, for example, in healthcare, it was going to be a very important area of applications for the Artificial Intelligence Act, but also the smart cities part. But the TEF will also look at the fact that testing experimentation is taking place so that the applications are trustworthy. It's important. I mean, I know that many companies and startups are looking at these rules. They are concerned that this is red tape, this is a burden. However, if I put myself in the shoes of the administration of a hospital, I would not adopt an artificial intelligence system in healthcare unless this was certified. So we already certified the medical devices, for example, and all we are saying with the AI Act is if there is an AI on the medical device which has some critical functionality for that device, then that device, which already needs to be certified, will simply have to take one extra step and be certified also for AI. And we will make sure with the conformity bodies and assessment that this is one procedure. So there is one CE market, it's not two CE marking. We are working very closely with the colleagues in the medical device regulation to make sure this is a reality. But we also hope that the TEF in the future will help us working on generative AI, and as I said, also help us to, and help the startups that make these developments to meet also other companies who can integrate these developments in their applications. So we look very favorably to the TEF. We really support them. We are very happy that the services are launched today. We will look with continue supporting them and making sure that their work is understood, is used and exploited by the startups and the small medium enterprises of the European Union. We think this is key to be able to bring our innovation outcomes from the lab to the fab, let's say, to the market more easily. So if you come from a startup, please make use of this organization, and we will keep on working closely with them also for the implementation of the regulatory framework and for letting everybody know how our support to generative AI can be unfolded for all the startups and the SMEs of the European Union. So thank you very much and have a very good event today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucilla. We now have a short break until 10:15, and we take the opportunity that a few of us go to the stage and have a photo together. I ask the coordinators of the 4 TEFs to stage, Christopher, Franziska, and Lucilla. Please join us. And I know you have to leave then, so thank you again for being here. It's a big honor, both of you, that you took the time. It's very important to us. So big applause for you. Thank you so much.
Hello from my side and a very warm welcome to our session on introducing TEFs. So I am Jasmin Podofal, project manager from Berlin Partner, and my role in TEF-Health is to support collaboration, partnering and networking of SMEs and startups with TEF-Health. So I am the chair of this session, and we will learn and hear about the purposes of the different TEFs and their activities up to now. Please note, we won't have a Q&A in this session. We will have that at the end of the very last session of today instead. So please write down your questions. Okay, so, and now it's my great pleasure to introduce Petra Ritter to you. So Petra Ritter is the director of the Brain Simulation Section at the Berlin Institute of Health at Charité, abbreviated BIH, and at the Department of Neurology at Charité. She is leading TEF-Health and will now elaborate on its purpose and activities up to now. So please join me in giving a warm applause for Petra Ritter.
For this nice introduction, and it's of course my pleasure to now present the testing and experimentation facility for health, AI and robotics. And I hope I get my slide. Yes, I have it. So you have heard already about the testing and experimentation facilities in general. The Testing and Experimentation Facility for Health, AI and Robotics is a consortium that comprises 52 partners. Yeah, we are really huge, and we have 9 countries being partners in this consortium. So it's really a lot of hard work, but it's also fun. Yeah, it's a challenge, but it's a great challenge. And it comes with, let me just see how I can move forward here. Yes. It comes actually with a lot of reward. And I want to mention at the beginning of my presentation the good relationship we have with the other 3 TEFs. Yeah? We have a very close interaction, almost weekly. We have a good exchange and we have a lot of fun together. As you can see here, this was yesterday night in Berlin. And they were already expecting us, obviously. So you see the big letters TEF on this wall. This was amazing. You can even find it in Google Maps. Yeah? So we were very happy to meet there. But now let's focus on the testing and experimentation facility for health, AI and robotics. And as you all know, AI is now far further developed than what we had just a few years ago. So we use human-like cognition now and apply it to machines and to computers. And what you see here is a brain network model, and we can simulate the complex interactions in this model. And using mathematical tools, as you can see here, we can differentiate between, in this case, 650 individuals of whom we produce these virtual digital brain twins. We can predict the precision of the decision, as you can see here. And also the reaction times, yeah? And so we can really use mathematics now to understand the complex interactions in the brain, the network interactions that give rise to real human cognition. And these are generative models. Yeah? These are models that are trained on data that then can produce other data that have similar characteristics. Such models can be very useful in medicine. And I think Lucy has mentioned this. By the way, what we were discovering here in this study were the principles, the mechanism, the mathematical rules and mechanisms underlying thinking slow and fast. Yeah? The topics, the observations, empirical observations that has been made previously by Daniel Kahneman, who won the Nobel Prize for this. So we can really learn a lot with these digital twins, but we also can use it for medical applications. This was too fast, sorry for that. Let's go back and start this video. Oh, it doesn't work. One next trial. So I think it's a little bit delayed, so I have to be a bit patient. Yeah, there's a delay actually, so when I click, okay, let's try it again. So here you see another digital twin of the brain, and you can use these digital twins or generative models to, for example, support decisions of medical doctors. You can also use such models to identify abnormalities. I think this was also mentioned by Lucy, but you can also use it for communication with patients, to show them this is a brain and these are the alterations if there's a disease in the brain. And this is what we are using these visualizations of the complex models for as well. But maybe most importantly, it can be used for precision medicine. And this is what you see here. There is a virtual brain of a patient with Parkinson's disease. And this data of this individual patient is merged with other data sources. It's combined with the data of already deceased patients, post-mortem data that were acquired via microscopy. And these microscopically detailed data enrich the brain scan informed model of this patient, and as you can see, we can then insert artificial in silico electrodes here in the basal ganglia and the deep nuclei of the brain of this patient and simulate what is the impact of the stimulation. And if we vary it, change the electrode position or also the location of the electrode, then we see what impact that has for this individual patient. So it's a decision support technique or method, application that is artificial intelligence, and it falls under the upcoming AI Act. So in order to bring such an application or innovation to the market and make it beneficial for patients, it has to go through certification. And we have heard a lot about this today. There's a CE certification, the medical product regulation that also came in force, by the way, only in 2018. It's also relatively new. And now the AI Act is upcoming. So there is a lot to certify before such an innovation can go to the market. But if we have the certification, it's trustworthy, and this is very important in order to make the payers pay for these innovations, because at the end, the hospitals, the clinicians, and the practices have to adapt their applications, and they only do this if the insurances pay for this, and the insurances only pay if there is a certain degree of trust, and this is provided through the certification. So now it seems, when you look in the media, that AI is everywhere, even in the healthcare system. But if you look closely in the databases and you look for FDA-certified AI-based medical applications, you find only about 700. This is not a lot. If you look in Europe, in the MDR-certified applications, but just have a look back in FDA, there are no large language models. There's not a single certified, FDA-certified large language model that can be used for medical applications right now. And if we look in Europe, the MDR certification, we see that in the field of radiology, and this is a field where the majority of the AI applications are presently being developed, we have a total of 60 certified, MDR-certified applications. If we then look for the class and we go to the high-risk class, we find no certified, no level 3 certified application based on AI. And if we go to the class 2B, the medium to high-risk class, we find just 22 such certified applications. So this is nothing, and this is a problem. We do not, in reality, have AI in the everyday life of the clinics. We do not use that potential yet. And this is one of the reasons why we have TEF-Health, why the European Commission decided to invest a lot of money in these testing experimentation facilities, and the member states contribute to this 50% in order to change the situation, to provide the possibility to more easily certify these innovations. So what does it mean to certify such an AI application? It implies that there needs to be an evaluation plan, there needs to be a test protocol, and there needs to be a record or report about the result of the evaluation. Of course, there need to be also features, components that need to be classified, and there the AI Act is very clear and has defined 7 such components that contribute to trustworthiness. And because it's very small, I cannot even read it myself, maybe here. So these are human agency, technical robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, transparency, diversity, non-discrimination, societal and environmental well-being, and accountability. So these are the features or the classes that need to be certified. But we need metrics and quality standards in order to do this certification. And these largely do not exist. And this is part of the work of our TEF-Health, yeah, with metrology entities, with notified authorities of the member states to develop such standards. And also the protocols together with the certifying bodies. Yeah, so if such an evaluation takes place, it's a lot of work to the innovators or SMEs. So they have to create, for example, a data management plan. They have to very detailed document their AI model. And they also have to provide a plan, a documentation, how they will ensure and maintain the security after the market entry. And this is a risk-based assessment, and we know that very well from the field of GDPR. Yeah, it's very similar. The goal is to provide AI with trustworthiness by design and by default. And this phrase we know from GDPR. Yeah, it's actually written in the law itself that it's required in order to process personal and health data. So we need to support the SMEs to be able to know the criteria and from the very beginning design their applications with trustworthiness by design and by default. So here we see again the different categories for which we need a risk assessment, data, AI models, cybersecurity. There needs to be a risk management plan. There will be an analysis of the risk, an evaluation, and then also a mitigation plan to reduce the risks. And then we have the residual risk. They need to be documented. And then again, there needs to be the plan for the post-market management of the risk. So it's a lot of work. And TEF, and especially TEF-Health, is there to support the innovators and the SME in getting this work done. And in the following, I want to show you what are the results. Yeah, we started in January 2023, so what have we achieved in about 1 year so far? So let's have a look. So as you know, we are at 52 partners, we are 9 countries, and the main goal is to provide services, physical testing services, virtual testing services, and consulting services in the fields of clinical trial, AI, and robotics. We are working in work packages. Our work is organized in 10 work packages. Each work package has a leader, and behind the leader stands a very competent team, yeah, and they are working closely together. So there are many different kinds of services. I will not have the opportunity to tell you all the different categories, but you get an idea. So for example, there's cybersecurity testing, there's privacy, there's data access, physical testing facilities. And here's an example for the physical testing facilities. For example, we provide access to imaging facilities, robotics facilities. You find all the services on our website. Yeah, you find the service catalogs, you can download the service catalogs, but you also find a knowledge graph. And there we are very proud that we could use technology that has been developed in another European project, eBrains, yeah, a graph database with a metadata model, to not just catalog data, but the services themselves. So the services are getting annotated and become easily searchable. You can search for an institution, but you can also search for a category of a service, for example, imaging or MRI. And then you identify the institutions that provide these services and discover more services provided by these institutions. So you have many opportunities, and it is very user-friendly. We also have published a call recently where SMEs can apply for these services and get the services with cost reductions or even for free. And the node, the country behind the first call is Portugal. So all the services come from Portugal, but the nice thing is, and this is actually by design of the TEFs, that all the SMEs in Europe can apply for the services in Portugal. Yeah? And this is a big advance. Yeah? The Portuguese services are being discovered through the TEF internationally, globally. So if any SMEs here or innovators are interested in these services, you can just go to the website or scan this QR code and check it out. You will find all the details, including the eligibility criteria, on our website. So I assume I need to rush a little bit, so let's go quicker. What we see here is basically, again, an account of all the different services, but there's one very important feature. There's a single entry point. Yeah? It's a single entry point that makes the life for the SMEs and the startups easier to discover these services. And of course, since we are in the health sector, we are doing all the developments in compliance with GDPR and in alignment with the European Health Data Space. There's an infrastructure that is certified for GDPR compliance as a backbone, a powerful backbone behind our technology. So the TEF-Health builds a bridge between the innovators that are looking for the services and the service providers. Yeah? There's a benefit for both. The innovators get easier access to the services they are looking for. The service providers get visibility. Yeah? The Portuguese providers now are visible across Europe and get their customers from all over Europe. And importantly, there is that trust label. Yeah? The testing experimentation facilities, they are a trusted partner that provides access to trusted services on a trusted infrastructure. And this makes it extremely interesting also for the Generative AI for EU program, and especially for the development of novel generative AI models based on health data. Yeah, you need to have the infrastructure, the compute infrastructure to do this development. So now comes my last slide, promised. I want to locate ourselves, the testing experimentation facilities, and the big landscape of European AI. So we are here, the testing experimentation facilities. They have the role to support the industry in validating their technologies such that the technologies become trustworthy. This is a singular role of the testing and experimentation facilities. Yeah? Once the validation and certification has been done, the so-called EDIH, the European Digital Innovation Hubs, come in the game. There, the already certified technology is made accessible to customers. For example, again, SMEs who want to adopt AI, for example, for business intelligence, and they can test it before they buy it. Yeah? So then there's a big approach to network the AI community in Europe. So this is ADRA, also a new networking activity, the AI Data Robotics Association. There are several funds in these research and innovation actions that provide the funding for doing the actual basic research. And there are the networks of excellence centers. This is also a novel instrument, yeah, that actually fosters the excellence, the spearheading of Europe in the field of AI. There's a lot of funding coming also via the scheme. And last but not least, there's the AI on Demand platform. There was a big event last week just related to this also in Berlin that provides a repository, a public repository to get access to all the AI knowledge. And then there's unfortunately more. There's the AI office. This is something new I also learned only about recently. It's a European Commission office that will play a major role, as you will see in the future, for generative AI. There are the union testing facilities, also a novel instrument that will do the post-market surveillance or support the post-market surveillance of AI products. And there are the AI factories. These are new funding schemes for supercomputing centers that will be optimized for AI research. And there again, the testing experimentation facilities are very important because all the innovation needs to be validated. And this is again when the TEFs come in the game. And with this, I end my presentation. I'm very proud of having a really excellent team, management team in TEF-Health. You see here the work package leaders and the node leaders. Yeah. Later on, you will have the opportunity to meet several of them also on stage in the question and answer session, or their representatives. And I look forward to answering and addressing all your questions you might have now later on in the day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Petra, for your insightful presentation. So, looking at the clock, I would all speaker. So please, we have a very dense program, and please stick to the time. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Valentina Ivanova. She is Deputy Director of CEA List Institute in France. She is leading the AI Matters TEF project and will now talk about purpose and activities of the TEF for the manufacturing sector. So please join me in giving a warm applause for Valentina.
So AI Matters, so I think we found attractive acronym of our TEF. Our aim is to offer the testing experimentation facilities for European SMEs in this way to strengthen European manufacturing industry. So thank you, Petra, for organizing this event, and this is again very nice to meet all TEFs. I hope we will find time to exchange our best practices because it's the main way to find how to face all these challenging projects and how to go further after 1 year. When we started, the European Commission started to speak about TEFs, it was at the end of 2019. And there were some first workshop was organized in January 2020, just before the pandemic. And we started to think how to organize this manufacturing community. At CEA, we went further. We put our first vision. After that, there was a little silence on COVID, and after that, the new workshop started end of 2021, beginning of 2022. So all the time, different organizations tried to position, and that's how we wanted to bring this manufacturing community in this way, to organize, to use AI to connect us, the providers, the integrators, the manufacturers. That's a vision of manufacturing community. To do that, after the third, I think, workshop, we organized in 2022, we organized our consortium. And we are organized in 8 different locations. So I have to keep... Oh, okay. So we are organized in 8 different locations. We are, as you heard, I am from CEA List, the coordinators. I will start like that in a circle. So our Spanish node is coordinating, you see here, from Tecnalia. We are put in the frame the coordinator of each node. They are 3 research organizations with IMEN, Itainova, and AFM. It's a machinery association. Later you will see what the machinery industry is expecting from the TEFs. We have also the German node, which is coordinating from Fraunhofer, IPA Institute. It's also manufacturing institute in Fraunhofer. We have ARENA. It's a very nice competence center where the industry projects are developed with very innovation projects, and there are a lot of industrial partners of ARENA. And there is a PTB, a certification, national certification German body, and there is also a University of Stuttgart. We have our Dutch node, which is led also from Competence Center, from Brainport Industry Campus, which is also combining a lot of industrial partners where you have all this manufacturing value chain meeting together, and with Eindhoven Institute of Technical University, and TNO, as you know, is also one big RTO. So we go further to Danish Knot, which is led by DTI, Danish Technological Institute, and Odense Robotics, Alexandra, and Force, they are also research organizations. We have the Czech Knot, it's led from Czech Technical University in Prague. We have universities of Brno, of Ostrava. MATE Competence Center is leading our Italian knot, and Italian knot is combining also Fondazione Bruno Kessler and engineering, is a SME member of Italian knot. And we have one satellite which is led by University of Patras, Laboratory of Robotics in LMS in Greece, and Teaching Factory is SME, also a member of our consortium. So AI Matters partners are here. I can say, you can say hello to everybody here. They are spread everywhere, so you see manufacturing is everywhere. And what we are doing, we are addressing the 4 challenges, how it was in the call. The 4 challenges, we also in our catalogs, we have 50 topics with a lot of services. I think we have around 300 services, but you can see in our web page, as I said, different locations. And so the 4 challenges, how it was in the call, we had to address the human-robot interaction. It's very important. We have to create efficient and safe collaboration with robots, and it's important for the working place in manufacturing industry. Some manufacturing industry, they are very digitalized and well automated. The next is factory level optimization. Later I will show you also some examples of some nodes. And this is very important also to improve and streamline the operation toward enhancing the efficiency of this manufacturing industry. The circular economy, you know, today we have to address, and in 2030 we have to have at least 30% of to address the circular economy, and we have the challenge of 2050 and Europe to be more circular than possible. I would not say that 100%, but manufacturing has to address assembly, disassembly, have to address also assessment, how to use to give the second life, and that's very important to have a sustainable production processes. And of course, it does not cover everything, but we have also to be open for the new upcoming enabling technologies. And this is very important because you see, nobody was speaking 5 years ago about ChatGPT, and now we are looking for a new initiative for generative AI. And so we are still, our manufacturing community is open for this new, smarter production, supply chains efficiencies to offer new technologies. That's why I think we combine not all, we cannot combine all main RTOs in Europe, but we try to make a network of this infrastructure to offer to the European SMEs, to the European manufacturing industry services. So what we are offering? we are offering source, knowledge, and we are offering the resources. So as you see, these 8 locations, they are our infrastructure. So we offer this. We have this, and we look for customers. The customers, they have their specific challenge. They have to go further. That's why we are offering them to come to us to check, to test the latest development by AI technologies, to test their new products or some product which is available at our sites. So for this, we have also the AI providers. They are also our customers because they can come and test something which is developed by our infrastructures, and they can uptake that and to have new products to offer to their clients. And we put consulting, there was a big discussion whether we could put this consultancy because EDIHs are providing, you see, but I think we have different mission with EDIHs, I will speak later. So for that, you cannot, we are not a production line or you go to take a product. We need to prepare this service, we need to study this, to make consultancy before that you go and test this at our, and we are connecting all these societies. That's the way how do we see and how do we proceed for the moment. Probably it undergo evolution. So we decided to show you some examples, and I hope some of colleagues who are here will not be angry with me because we show just few examples and we could not show everything. As a service, as I said, there is a service catalog and you can look what we are offering. In the afternoon session, David, who is the project coordinator, will moderate this session. We brought here some our customers from VLM Robotics. Beatrice is here. Andreas will be online from Greece. Patricia will, as I said, what is expected from this machinery community, from the TEFs, and Amira is presenting a Danish startup. So we try to show, to really, because we are open for business now. So it's a very challenging, and please be there to see our session there. So this is an example from our check note as for the human-robot interaction. What you see here is intralogistic testing setup with a robot which is equipped with a lot of sensors to investigate this very complex industrial environment, and it could also have different AI embedded systems and make a perception and control in this mobile robot, including this advanced interaction between human and machine. This is, you can look more about this, but it's an example from our check note. It's an example from the French note about circular economy. Circular economy is not only disassembling, but we put as an example for it's also assembly, inspection. So this setup here is a machine which could be equipped with different sensors, with single arm, but it could be equipped with 3D camera, which makes makes assessment what should be disassembled and put in different bins, and so it is very easy to be adapted in different systems. That's just a simple example. We have from Italian note for the factory level optimization. You see AGV, which can go to display the items from warehouse to the work floor, and it could be governed by GPS, by Wi-Fi, and so it's a very interesting example for looking this. For factory level optimization, here we have a dual cobot manipulation. I see probably, so it's another example that instead that a worker is working with its two hands, it could have a dual cobot. And that's our Dutch note. So, but now our challenge is to meet the customers. And to meet customers, we have to not to meet only our TEFs, xTEFs, but we have to meet customers where they are. So we intend through the French Alliance for Future Industry, it's Alliance Industrie du Futur. We intend, David, to present our activities in Hanover Messe. We are member of trilateral cooperation, Germany, Italy, France, and lately the Netherlands joined this cooperation. So there will be session, we'll try to promote our services, all this, our ecosystem. That will be in April. And the next, another very important event is the Biennale in Bilbao, which is in June. And we try to combine with our General Assembly that we also make a session there, a workshop, and to promote our services, hope to meet more customers there. And it is in Bilbao, as I said. So this is our website, and I thank all our colleagues who are here, all our members, and looking forward for our afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina, for your very interesting talk. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Raffaele Giafreda, our third speaker. He is Chief Innovation Scientist at the Open IoT Research Unit of Fondazione Bruno Kessler in Italy. And he is coordinating the agri-food TEF, and which he now will present to us. So please join me in giving a warm applause for Raffaele.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm the coordinator of the TEF that works into the agri-food domain. So this is just to explain a little bit what we are all about. So there's a lot of research and innovation that is produced in other European funding programs. And the idea for these initiatives, these TEFs initiatives, is really just to take that innovation from the clouds of the geeks world and bring it down to the earth, in our case of the farmer's land. So how do we do this? So we are kind of crash testing AI and robotics applications. And we do that through a wide European network of facilities by bringing the partners that want to experiment with us on real fields, on real facilities where they can indeed see what it takes to produce a product that has to withstand the outdoors harsh conditions. And we help them do that with local conditions, and we help them do that in a way that produces for them differential advantage because we were discussing this morning, you can have your innovation and present to the innovators your innovation, but many times the innovators don't have the technical acumen to understand the details of what you're producing. So if you can present yourself with an additional business card that says I've been testing it with experts of these testing experimentation facilities, and they told me that my innovation works, that of course is additional value that you can produce that will hopefully convince more the investors to invest in your company. So this is a summary of the previous event. Like in all sitcoms, you have the part that is dedicated to, this is what you've seen in previous episodes. So we were categorizing our offer there in three main categories. One was the improvement of robotics, being able to benchmark how the robots can indeed produce value for the farmers. The other one was about field performance of AI for production control, thinking about counting production, thinking about just understanding how to precisely control the treatments when there are illnesses and so on. And the other one was to help valorize the data. There's a lot of data that gets produced, and in this specific sector, as opposed to perhaps the manufacturing one, as you can see in this line here, you don't get to choose whenever you want to harvest data that you can do so. Because sometimes you might be in a good season, you prepare all your monitoring tools and the season is good and you progress with collecting data. But guess what, the next season might not be a good one, or even when you're doing the testing and the experiments, something might happen to your production, and we've seen that happening, and all the data that you were hoping to collect don't materialize. So we need to make sure that through our facilities we can also offer something which is a little bit more interesting for the startups in terms of helping them as well valorize the data, making sure that once collected, it can also be reused. So what is the update now here on? So, well, we have a number of physical facilities that have been set up, that have been exploited and then been made available for this kind of experimentation. We have physical facilities that are fixed, a number of fields, as you can see them there from different countries, partners of our project, as well as mobile. Think about taking devices that can monitor a little bit better what the fields are doing and how the crop is progressing. Of course, the services there build up on what we already promised some time ago. So we are looking at the benchmarking of robots for helping them better navigate, more precisely navigate between files, helping them better have a perception of what they are supposed to be doing, understand what is a weed from what is a plant, understand where it's the fruit that is to be collected or to be treated, and so on. Of course, you can test your solutions in real conditions. You can put your solutions on a UAV that is provided by the TEF. You can put your camera on a tractor within some of the partners that we work with, and they will do their operations daily, and you can collect data by piggybacking your camera, for example, or your solution on their tractor. So this is all helping, as I said, face the harsh conditions of the outdoor. Think about changes of temperature, visibility, terrain, humidity conditions that can affect indeed the way your algorithms work, even especially when they are based on vision capabilities. We see there are a number of logos, but this is just to mention that we are really exploiting farms, and we are really exploiting real fields for producing that experimentation support. And then, of course, we have digital facilities. So we have the ones that are there to provide, let's say, remote type of services. So we have, of course, testing machines. We've got software simulations tools. We got the opportunity to run and support the companies with additional simulation software, making use of the experimentation data that has been collected in a number of other services in order to benchmark again how well your product is doing compared to competition, compared to others. It was mentioned HPC, it was mentioned digital twins. This is again the support that we can offer from a number of partners that are already working in that domain. What type of services are we ready to sell? We are selling already. We are from these digital facilities. So here you see probably, I forgot to switch off the audio, but the idea is really just to characterize a little bit the environment in which we have the facilities. In this particular case, we are scanning a field and we are producing a digital twin of that field that can help the companies before getting into the field assess whether or not robot is capable of going between the files, the nature of the terrain, how steeply it has to steer, what is the distance between the files, and so on. So this is all to support companies with additional data that they wouldn't necessarily have unless they had to go and spend hours and hours in the fields. This is another additional service that really builds robustness in your algorithms. So if you think about an algorithm that can distinguish between weeds and crops, then of course, what is the threshold above which my algorithm doesn't perform very well? So let's start adding some noise. Let's start adding some weeds. And of course, you can add the weeds in the fields, but then you have all the problems that I was mentioning before, or you can have the additional weeds in a synthetic data fashion. So these are actual services that you will see some of them displayed later on. And these are in the pipeline or delivered. Testing AI-based plant counting algorithms, systems for intra-row weeding, precision spraying applications, drone applications as well for precise spraying. But some of the biggest requests, and we go back there again to the availability of these large data sets acquisition. So we are in a position to, it's a comfortable position to be in, to collect and harvest a lot of data and make sure that through our infrastructure we can jointly make use of that data that is harvested in order to provide services across different nodes and satellites. These are some other services that are still fitting within the digital service pipeline. Test the hardware. You're a company that produces that hardware that I was mentioning. You can put on a tractor as it does its operation. You send it to us, we test it, and we tell you what the bottlenecks are for the things that are running. And we tell you as well how to improve, what to improve in the hardware platform that you're using. Also, we can extract the software from that hardware platform and test it on our own machines to make sure that we can indeed produce a good advice on where the bottlenecks are and how the performance can be improved. So good. How do I participate if you are a startup? Of course, you can use the facilities. You got a robot, you got a device to test, you just nearby facilities, you send it to us, or you come and use our facilities. That's one way. You can exploit the competencies. We have an extensive team. They have not only AI experts, but also agronomic experts. So we have a number of agronomic science universities that are engaged in our partnership. And indeed, they can provide not only the acumen to understand whether or not the solution is good from a digital perspective, but also whether or not it has an impact for the potential customers that then your company will go and address later on. Digital assessment of AI algorithm performance, I just briefly talked about it. And well, data sets as well. Contribute to TEF and monetize it. So you can run your experimentation with us, and you can agree whether or not the data that is being collected will be put on there as an asset that is available for other companies to use. By the way, we don't ask you to do this for free, but you can monetize indeed that asset if it makes sense for your company to do so. So where do I start? That's the catalog. As we heard, this is the place to start. You can browse the catalog by sector. Then within each of the sectors, you will find a number of services. Then you select the service that you want. And then there is a port of contact that you can go to. And and from there, this is the process that kicks off. And well, this is just procedural to make sure that you can also get these services for free by leveraging on state aid and ensuring that the whole process is duly registered, because we are using public money in order to dish out those services. So this is ending my presentation. We are open for business. These are pictures of actual real companies and experimentations that we are currently engaged with in, let's say, business. And of course, it was mentioned before, all initiatives are as good as the team that supports them. This is the team that supports me, but these are just, let's say, the top of the iceberg, and this is many more people supporting us with that. So thank you very much for your attention, and hand over to the next one.
Thank you very much, Raffaele, for this insightful presentation. So now it's my pleasure to welcome our fourth speaker, Martin Brunsko. He's head of the Smart Community Center at the Danish Technical University and founding director of the Open and Agile Smart Cities Network. He is leading sitcom.ai TEF project, which he now will present to us. So please join me in giving a warm applause for Martin.
I feel like an IoT device here with all these things, but I will try to focus on the main point here, that we are open for business, not just us, but we are all open for business. Thanks you, Petra, and all the colleagues for inviting us here. I think also the main point is now how, in practice, do we do this? Because exactly as you said, Rafa, we are actually crash testing this stuff. We are what is between AI and you. I mean, we all are, but also what we do from Sitcom, it's the rest. Of course, we focus on some things, but what I want to show here is now how concretely we can now go out and test AI in the wild, not in the safe confines of the hospital or the fields where people never go, or in the factories where you can say no entry. What about the rest? This is what we do. And the sad thing is, of course, that you can not put up, that's good. You cannot put out a roller coaster or a gas station or a lift without having it certified. Can you let out AI, to the children, to, just testing? Yes, you can. So, of course, now the European Union is doing very, very concrete steps to mitigate this situation. But I think we are a very important step on that road. So just to be very concrete, what do I mean when testing things out in the wild? Well, for instance, autonomous driving, which the colleagues from France are focusing, of course, very much. I mean, the ball is, still rolling there. Apple just closed their autonomous vehicles project since more than 10 years because they don't think it's going to be a big thing for them. Okay, interesting. But still, there will be some autonomous mobility out there. Also, where people walk, how do we do this safely? This is from Mechelen in Belgium, in Brussels. How do we combine all the ways of then moving around? Okay, should we all go down to just walking, or how do we manage this complexity? Of course, we can just add some AI, but maybe that's not a good idea, just doing it. Let's do it in a structured fashion. Everything from intersections and the vehicles and so on. Let's see what we can do. We are, like the others, comprised of colleagues and partners and organizations throughout Europe who are very good at doing this already. This is from RISE in Sweden, the colleagues in Spain, Valencia. I mean, we have these infrastructures in place. So what we're offering, the additional value, is now we're putting all our efforts together with the colleagues from the other TEFs, with the other initiatives in Europe, to do this on a societal, on a global, regional scale. Because, I mean, we can fix the bits and pieces, but at some point, we have to put them together. This is where we are somewhere. As an extra example, I want to show also now how these provider ecosystem of those who provide these kind of TEFs is not just closed bubbles. It's really an open market for sharing this. This is from Denmark, where there's a National Association of Test Providers for AI, TEF-DK, and that's already the people who want to join and do more around this. So this is also showing how we go beyond, let's say, the project logic. Currently, we are in 11 countries. We have more than 100 initial services. We are rolling, as you said. I think we finished the first service already, or experiment. But just to say now, as we all feel in the TEFs, we're looking the customers in the eye, and the customers' customers, and everyone else, ultimately the European voters and the taxpayers. So what we're doing is place-based. We take departure in a particular place where you need health, you need energy, you need food, you need products. It's complex, and much of it is related to public procurement. So actually, how do we ensure that the very, very big machine of the public sector is also, let's say, an anchor tenant when deploying AI? This is just, I mean, the simple version of the European economy. Half of it is private, the other half is public. And the local part of that, that's actually the bigger part. So state or local level. That's massive buying power. And that needs to be released. It goes way beyond any little funding subsidize you can do and so on. This is where the big draw is. Unfortunately, it's also where the big difficulties are. But if we can approach this in a very productive manner, we in Europe have a very, very good position. AI is not invisible, not just, it's around. GPUs are like cows, they fart. They use energy, they use water. Sorry, Rafa, to make the combination, but it's real, and we cannot deny that. So the digital must also be green, but not just sustainable green, also social green, and also economically green. I'm sure the senator from Berlin will agree that the ecosystems must really thrive. So we have an opportunity to increase productivity and also lower our footprint on the planet. Now, there are some things on the horizon, and people who are very active here. These are just examples. This is from the streets of my hometown of Aarhus. I'm sure you have seen similar things. We have state actors, and we have, citizens themselves who actually have opinions about how our societies evolve. We're facing now elections in Europe. And this is not just an optimization exercise. It's very much also about understanding how does it feel on the ground. We see this in the US, we see it in very many parts of the world. This is something we have to address. Otherwise, good luck with getting any more funding for any of this. So the way forward is to be decentralized. It will give us resilience also when bad things happen. Demand-driven. It ensures that we have, let's say, expectation management of what people need. It needs to be diverse, also to allow the smaller companies, which we focus on all here, a role. And it needs to be interoperable in order to have an effective and efficient and innovative market. Now, we can talk a lot about how we then organize this technically. I love this, but I won't today. We can also talk about how this is organized in Europe. Yes, we have the AI Act. We also have, how many here know the Interoperable Europe Act? 2. Okay. It's going to govern how all public sector procures. And that will include hospitals. So these are very, firm steps that are being made. And we operate, especially from Sitcom, at the interface and interaction between these. Some are more sectorial, and we are sort of the trash can where everything ends on the ground. Okay, we can also talk about, we saw a very nice slide also from you, Petra, how the different, the AI on demand platform, the TEFs and the EDIs and so on fit together. So what is EU known for when trying to do this? Speed? No, I think that's the joke in the rest of the world. Yeah, let EU fix it. But I think actually we are the fastest in grasping the complexities. This is a very, very good position, especially if you're a citizen. Okay, so our job is to bring AI safely to the market fast. We have analyzed now the market around. We have services to be delivered, physical facilities, virtual facilities, and all the validation we talk about, how it links to the regulatory sandboxes that are now also coming online and everything. So it's becoming real. This is how we see the TEFs. So we focus on the AI innovators. That's the European SMEs, industry, agency, and, well, people from the rest of the world who want to do. But we need to cater for their ability to serve customers. And in our case, where the customers are very often public sector, or they could be utility companies, insurance, finance, and other B2B, we are there to make that happen. So to reduce the risk so that a contract is made, and also that the policies are met, and maybe even to suggest some improvements to policy. We also focus on the investors. And of course, this could be public investment, but it could also be the institutional. There's a vast resource in the institutional investors, pension funds, and so on. Let's see how we can ensure that is combined with the venture capital. And of course, we work very closely together with the other TEFs and ensure that we are aligned. We need to think less as, a bureaucracy and more like, a pizza service. What you have there is actually, you have many, many ways to deliver your service. It can be just like, a quick pick, and that's easy to deliver. Or it can be like the long, very complex event, or it could be, that you actually need to involve a lot of partners. Like in the TEF, we can do that. So we need to find out, for you, the SMEs, for the investors, for everyone else, we need to understand this market of testing experimentation facility. Now, what we offer is, of course, not pizza, at least offer not all of us, but we certainly have some, big tickets. Quick certification, is your stuff, compliant? Okay, we simply need to do that. But then there's all the way to the more and more complex. So this is what we, the TEFs, are now very, very interested in understanding. What are the top products on the shelves? And, where we can make a buck on behalf of everyone. And also, what are the real pain points, both on the customer side and on the investor side, that we ease. And I think we can all recognize this kind of business modeling being actually not that simple. So this is the team. You can meet here. There's Dimitri, if you want. He's overseeing and help facilitating actually all the sites. There's also Joost from Confederation of Danish Industry. There's myself, and there's Mar also from the South Supernode. So, we're very, very happy not only to talk to the colleagues in the other TEFs, but also what you do here in Berlin. And it's very impressive. And coming from Copenhagen, well, you are the closest hotspot to be in. So that's it. Welcome. Sit down, have a snack while you study the menu. We're open for business. And I think Europe is open for AI business. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin, for your very interesting and engaging presentation. So, and now it's my pleasure to introduce our fifth and last speaker of this session today, which is Sergio Nicoletti. So he's Senior Project Leader and Europe Program Manager at CEA Leti in France, and he is leading the 5th TEF named Prevail, which he now will talk about. So please join me in giving a warm applause for Sergio.
Well, doesn't matter. We missed the first slide. First of all, thanks again for inviting me. Well, when I was preparing this talk, I was not sure about what I was going to say, because we feel somehow like a unicorn in this community. Our TEF is kind of different, and most probably we should call it like a pilot line. Because our activity is fully dedicated to the development of new chips for, oh, sorry, thank you. The middle, okay. Which is dedicated to the development of chips, actually, for AI, for edge application, actually. Well, my role is a little bit simpler than the other coordinators. We are only 4. Even if, of course, handling and coordinating a project like it is kind of difficult. And our goal is to prepare a structure, a pilot line in which any of the partners, any of the external user can come and develop his own hardware dedicated to the edge AI. Well, again, when we were preparing the proposal, we ended up with this scheme that you can see here on the screen, and our idea was to position ourselves on the top, behind the other TEFs, and try to support them, providing eventually new chips that can be used in all the applications. I've been taking some notes from the different presentations, and I would like to start mentioning Christopher Baum, who introduced the meeting today. He said, we are moving from data production and storage to make prediction on the base and take decision based on the data collected. And this is thanks to the AI, which means that at the given point, behind the fact that we have to use high-performance computing to set up all the inference structures, we have to deploy on real cases the devices, the edge AI and the AI, and this means that we need to have chips, dedicated hardware that can use those information in a very efficient way, which means, for instance, having proprietary hardware, reduce the power consumption. We have seen in many cases that the devices are, or we are using mobile structures where the power consumption, like for example in drone, where the power consumption is really critical and we need to reduce drastically the power consumption. I'm also thinking about, for example, to wearable devices in which taking the decision locally can be very important because we can save life, but once again, we have to drastically reduce the power consumption. We cannot rely on a connection toward a remote device which is many, many kilometers away. Well, at the end of the day, the goal of our TEF is to prepare the next generation of low-power chips dedicated to the edge AI. And this is our role. Of course, to do that, we need to open to different sectors, and we were listing here a couple of other applications that are not limited to the 4 TEF that are already operational in the field. Well, a few numbers about Prevail. Prevail was mainly dedicated to procurement, to give to the 4 RTO that are involved the capability to address these new technologies. And so it concerns a lot of procurement and a lot of investment. But we do also have a demonstrator, and I will come back later giving some examples of what we can do, at least from now on. As in your case, we committed ourselves to be open to any user with a specific, I would say, attention to the SMEs that would like to develop new devices. And we will be open till 2029, which means that we will open our facilities to fabricate dedicated silicon chips for these purposes. And as in many other cases, we have a full structure dedicated to the interfacing with this potential user. It is a very specific sector where people come to see us develop their own design based on the tools that we are providing. So feel free to contact me if you are interested in going into any of these actions. Couple of, just a slide concerning the timeline. We are not yet fully open. We will be open for the real fabrication starting from May next year, and then we will remain open, having a structure to allow the interfacing with us fully operational till the end of 2029. Well, the access is open. It is open to, by definition, by the call, to all the, I would say, academics, industrial, SMEs, any entity that would like to try fabricating these chips. But we are committed to charge you the cost of the fabrication. The idea is that based on this hardware, you can develop your applications and you can improve the capabilities, for example, reducing drastically the power consumption, which is in many cases today too high for the application that I was mentioning before. We offer 3 different pillars of technologies. First one is combining CMOS with non-volatile memories, which allows a very strong reduction of the power consumption, because we can store directly the information very close to the place where the analysis of the information is done. And you have an example over here. Is there a pointer? Nope. Upmost. Okay. Okay. Okay, I can see. Doesn't matter. Too complicated. Sometimes the AGI can help. Well, the idea is that we can bring together the accelerator and the memory so that we can be very efficient in terms of computational capability. Another way is to use photonics, is to use photon to make calculations. And this is a pattern that we are opening to. Last point is, well, we have a number of different technology. We have several suppliers around the world. We can combine these activities, bring chip together, put them on the same substrate, preventing the fact that we have failure, we have a very long path to go. So 3D is one of the emerging technology in the field I would say, high performance computing, even locally. But some of these offers already exist commercially. So one of the points is that why you should come to see us? Well, it turns out that our offer is somehow unique because in the case of the non-volatile memories, we can offer 3 building block technologies that are unique somehow, and that are more unique when you try to combine them with the CMOS interfacing below. The second point is on the 3D. We are now developing an approach in which we can combine, as I said before, chips coming from different suppliers in a very efficient and I would say independently of what is above and what is underneath. And this is again something that is not available anywhere else. Last but not least, going on to the part concerning the photonics, well, you have access to some platform today. The idea here is that we can have multi-layer photonics, and this is very helpful when you have to shrink down the computing capability, and this will appear clear later on when I'm going to present the demonstrator that we are planning to do with this part. So let me start with this this demonstrator dedicated to the non-volatile memory. It is simply a system which can allow you to analyze images or a flow of a video flow. The idea is to combine a module of memory, very fast, very efficient, with an accelerator, which can detect in your image the presence of given objects. I think many of you can find an interest in this kind of activity. The second one is really extremely technical. I don't want to spend too much time on it because, well, it probably talks only to the real specialist of microelectronics. And the idea is that we can take chips fabricated, for example, from one partner in Korea and the other one in US and bring together on a simple piece of silicon. That's the idea. And we are developing the technology to do that. That's the point, and we make this service open to third parties. The last demonstrator is a proof of concept in the sense that we are just showing the capabilities of our technology. The idea is that we can have different waveguides, and making these waveguides interacting together make a sort of mathematical, make a mathematical transform of two matrices, where at the output, just by using photons, we have the product of the two matrices. And this requires the fact that we have to stack a different layer of waveguide. And this is what it is showed over here. Well, I think this was my last slide. This is a picture of our typical environment when we are working in clean room and producing, I would say, chips. Unfortunately, I will not be here late today for the panel. So if you have questions, you can contact me during the break later on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for your insightful presentation. And with this, we're closing the session. So thanks again, all excellent speakers, for their time and expertise. And I would like now then to hand over to the chair of the next session, Ariana Sliva.
Okay. Okay, gut. Und ist Petra hier irgendwo, um dann anzuhalten? War das nicht so, dass sie dann nochmal sagt, in der letzten Minute, wenn noch eine Minute Zeit hat? Ach so, okay. Ja, perfekt, okay, gut zu wissen. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Ariana Sliva. I'm part of the TEF-Health consortium. I'm leading the Work Package 7 certification. We aim to refine the medical device certification process to enhance agility, reduce time to market, and promote standardized processes in the certification of AI-based medical device software. But of course, this is not the topic today. I want to present you 3 speakers, which are all related to trustworthy AI. First of all, we are welcoming Katharina von Knopp, Senior Project Manager, Digital Trust and AI Trustworthiness at VDE. VDE is a German technical scientific association best known for its work on standards, certification in the field of electrical safety. And today she will tell us more about VDE's AI Trust label. So thank you. Give Katharina a warm applause, please.
Hi. Thank you very much for this very kind invitation, and I'm very happy and proud and honored really to be here, and especially following the invitation of Petra Ritter. I'm stalking a publication since years, because once I've written my PhD thesis on optimization of human decision making. And today I'm very happy to explain what we are doing at the VDE and what we are already have developed, ready to offer. This is the AI Trust label we have developed in the team. And to give you a bit overview what we are doing, where we are present, for instance, we are holding the chair at Cellelec, the European Standardization Organization, and we are visible and active in all relevant boards regarding AI trustworthiness on the international and national level. The human brain, of course, loves labels and standards. Why? Well, first of all, they do serve as a complexity reduction. Our brain, when we are busy, when we are stressed, it's so hard for our brains really to understand each niche of information. And there's a reason why we love labels, because they really reduce the complexity. Then, for security and safety reasons, often we are not the experts of specific technologies or don't have the time to really go in deeply into the technology, but we would like to use them safe and secure. And this is particularly relevant in situations where vital interests are affected, especially mobility and healthcare. This is also the reason why the impact of labels in healthcare and also standards and certification have intensively researched. So how should a standard certification or label shall be to be effective, to enable the human to make better decisions really in times when vital interests are affected. Quality, its reliable communication has a significant influence on consumer user behavior. This is one of the next major reasons why labels and standards are so important for consumers and users, because labels and standards enable humans to make a buying or usage decision, even when the technology or the use case they are not that familiar with. And really to making business or helping startups, bringing new technologies into a market, also where very old learned processes needed to be invented. Here really standards and labels really can make here a substantial contribution, because they enable humans to make here a decision and being sure that the technology, the AI solution is safe and ready to use. For this reason, we at the VDE have invented the AI Trust label version 1. Version 2 is on the one. So now I'm talking about version 1. By purpose, we have used this very similar visualization you already know from the Nutri-Score, because this is a very much learned behavior. Always when you invent a new label or standard, which is being used to communicate with the end consumer, it's very useful and smart to use something which has been already learned. And The AI Trust Label version 1 is compliant with the AI Act, with the EEC 61508 and the ISO 27000. And by purpose, we use the same indicators: accountability, fairness, privacy, reliability, and transparency. You all know from the AI Act. I go back. Why is that so important for human decision making, to have these different categories of risk visualization or trustworthiness visualization? Because users have a very different risk appetite regarding of the use case of a specific AI technology. For instance, if a person has stage 4 cancer, it's really tough and hard. The individual's need for privacy would be probably not that high compared to the need of accountability or transparency when it comes to diagnosis support. So we used a very clear standardized questionnaire, the VCIO, as values, criteria, indicators, and observables. It is an open standard. So when you just Google VDE trust label, you will see the spec. You don't have to charge, it's an open standard, you can use it. If you would like to have the certification, I'm happy to answer your call. So, one example. We have the value transparency. Then we have the criteria T1, documentation of data sets. Criteria number 2, documentation on the AI mode of operation at system level. T3, integrability. T4, accessibility. And the next level, we have indicators. And for each indicators, we have very clear observables. Which are, so it's not, we are not going into the machine with software and testing it. We are always looking for observables. So it's a very lean and fast and very efficient trust label, very useful, for instance, especially startups who are looking for a new financing round, or when you just started to getting in touch with standardization and looking for a trust label. So here I've listed here a few observables. T11 regarding, is the data origin documented? Yes, with structured data sets, including detailed information on data handling, data collector, data collection, method, or next level B would be, yes, with structured data sets, including detailed information on data handling, data collector, data collection method, containing few, not all information. So this is the whole structure of the AI Trust label. Here's a screenshot. This is how you see it in the when you Google it. It's always very clear, and we have done tons of work into finding the right wording. It needs to be clear, understandable, even for those who are not holding a PhD in computer science. And that makes it so easy to use. And we did it by purpose. Why? First of all, our goal was the easy implementation of the AI Act. So if you follow our AI Trust label, the AI Act implementation will be definitely easier. It's AI Act compliant. It does not fully covers the full AI Act. You can use it for better purchasing decisions. So if you're interested in one of the FAB solutions of the TEF, and you would like to know how trusted are these informations, take this Excel sheet and look for the observables. You really, with a trust label, humans love standards and labels. you increase the acceptance of the AI machine inside your organization. You create higher user quotas. It leads to higher sales figures and sales prices. It creates customer confidence, reduces internal acceptance hurdles, like especially in huge organizations now, we did it all the years, the decades before differently. I don't want to work with a machine for various reasons. So here a trust label really can limit the level of fears here measurably. It reduces internal work effort and transaction costs. It's a concrete guideline for product development. For instance, when you're thinking about, oh, I would like to develop an AI solution for a specific use case, and just give the standard your developer team and tell them this is important to follow. I would like to achieve always the grade A. It's a perfect and useful guideline here. And yes, and we will always support updates, and regarding the whole implementation, you're getting advices from us as well. Yeah, and what I already said, especially this learned visualization is really an effort regarding the understandability of the whole trust label. But when you just only come with one single picture or icon, it does not say something really regarding to content, especially when you are addressing, really would like to address the risk appetite of the user. We have seen it in many different areas, for instance, like BIOS labels. There are so many bio labels out there, nobody knows what they are saying, and the users is confused, and at the very end, they're losing, all of them are losing efficiency. So we have developed the trust label together with Bosch, with Siemens, with SAP, with the TEF, of course, and also with several highly distinguished academic institutions like the Technical University of Darmstadt, the University of Tübingen, the IRADS Lab, the KIT, and the Ferdinand Steinbeis Institute. And here on the left side, you see the visualization. Here are two links. I will show them later again. Here's a link. So, if you are interested in having a deeper look at it, here's the link, make a picture, and here you can download it for free and you can use it. If you're interested in the implementation, please contact us. We are a truly fab team, led by Dr. Sebastian Hallensleben. We have also Andreas Hauschke in the team and many others. Here are my contact data. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katharina. Right in time, and so my suggestion is that we continue with presentations, and then we will check how many time we have left to do a Q&A session, because maybe we also find topics for discussion which are relevant for all three speakers. So I hope you are all with me, and the speakers are staying here in line. And yeah, we are staying with the theme of trustworthy AI. We also welcome a member of TEF-Health Consortium, Tobias Schäfter. He's the head of Berlin Institute and Medical Physics and Meteorological Information Technology Division at Physikalisch-Technische Bundesanstalt. You have seen it before in the presentation. It's short PTB. And he will speak on the topic of standards for trustworthy AI. Please give him a warm welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind introduction. Really pleasure being here. And I have to say, we are also representing two TEFs, actually. One is the TEF-Health, and one is the AI Matter, which is really, really great, and I see a lot of similarities. I like to start this talk by giving you a very short introduction about our institution, because I see similarities about the time when our institution has been founded and what is happening today. So Physikalisch-Technische Reichsanstalt, how it was called, was founded 140 years ago. And it was a time of the second industrial revolution, the rising electrical engineering industry. And in Germany, we had an issue there because there was a label by the English, and they say, made in Germany, to make something marking as a bad quality of production. So one visionary leader in Germany, that was Werner von Siemens, he had this idea that we need some kind of a central measurement institute, a metrology institute, how they call it, in order to measure quality for the production process, but also to measure at the edge what is possible and therefore to drive innovation. And so he had some difficulties with negotiation with the government at that time. Finally, he built this by himself. And then he donated to the state, and under the condition that Hermann von Helmholtz, a famous scientist at that time in Germany, became the first president. And so we have a good combination here of an industrial person who wants to have science for quality assurance as well for innovation, as well as we have a leading scientist who only wants to have science get into applications. So it's a first public-private partnership. So why I'm telling that? Because today we have also some kind of a revolution. We have the AI, and we need to think about how we can get trustworthy AI into the market. This is not a German thing. This is something which happens in Europe, and we have to act globally here. So we have to position Europe now in this global landscape of being on the one hand side US, on the other side the Chinese people, and then we have in the middle, we can keep the values of Europe with the trustworthy AI. So we have heard quite a bit about the AI Act, so I don't have to repeat, but the main idea is to find trust in algorithms that cannot be fully understood, especially in high-risk applications. And medicine is indeed a very high-risk application. We have to get good decisions. We have also things like in human resources, we have to be careful. We have things in production, in food, we have something. That's the reason why we have all these TEFs. And if you read through the legal law, which is now available since a few weeks now, so it's a European law. If you read there, you're finding things like explainability, you're finding robustness, accuracy, safety. And so now we need to think about how can we get this into proper metrics, into proper standards. So maybe one example, if you look to Article 15, this is about accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity. And European Commission encouraged cooperation with relevant stakeholders and organizations such as metrology and benchmarking authorities. This is really great. So it's very seldom that we get metrology in the legal text. Fantastic. And there is development of benchmarks and measurement methodologies, accuracy metrics, and especially high-risk AI systems should be resilient against errors, faults, and inconsistencies. So how to do? What is errors, faults, and inconsistencies? There we are talking about data. And data is the base of artificial intelligence. So the quality of all the algorithms strongly depends on the data uncertainty, noise and bias, and something which just has been mentioned, annotations, labels, annotation inconsistencies. We're talking about label noise there. And so I believe we need standards for data quality. So if you're talking about artificial intelligence, you have to talk first about quality of the data which is used for training the artificial intelligence. And this is something which we have done for years. So in metrology, we're thinking about uncertainty, and we have two terms there. We have the term precision, which is the closeness of measurements or data points to each other. And then we have accuracy, which is the closeness of a measurement or a new data point to a certain reference value. And if we're talking about data, you also have to talk about statistics. Nothing new, representativeness. Yeah, this is something, how can we make accurate conclusions about your populations from a representativeness sample? And it means that if you have a colorful population, it is very wise to have also a colorful representative sample of this society, of this population, to drive any kind of conclusions from that. And I think this is something which is shown in many, many cases, representativeness in training and application. And this is one slide I got from Daniel Rickert, when he presented that if you have data, the pumpkins, which have a certain size, have only one color, and you're using this kind of data during your training. And then you go into the real-world application, and you're finding pumpkins at different colors, at different sizes. You will have difficulties there. And you see in a lot of articles now, they are talking about biases. They're talking about this is not really working anymore, and we have some kind of unfair algorithms and not very, there is racial bias in these bits. This is not a question of the algorithm. Yes, indeed it is also, but it's mainly a thing because you have used wrong training data, and you have to make sure that you're finding this training data. I was very happy that, Peter, you have showed one book of Daniel Kahneman. I like to show this second book, which is also great. It's perfect to read. And what he said is that wherever there is judgment, there is noise. So it's the human factor we're putting in. If you're making annotations, if you're making labels, you're introducing noise. You're introducing also biases into the data. And there is much more noise than you can think of. And he is discussing about noise audits, how to do these things, how to organize the certain label process. Something we know in medicine for years. We're talking about inter-observer variability. And we have to make very good notes about this, that we know this is not 100% true. No, there is some kind of inconsistency between different experts in a bit. You have to make clear, and you have to ensure that. So there are many more dimensions there, and this is a great team what we have, and I think Daniel Schwabe is here. He's leading that at PTB. And what they have done is finding a systematic review where they looked on all the different data quality aspects which has been reported in the literature. And not only data quality, but how data quality is propagating to the uncertainty of machine learning. And they found 15 different dimensions. And you can cluster them around 5 clusters, and they call it measurement process, which we know, timeliness, representativeness, I've talked about this, informativeness, and consistency. So if you have questions, there's a wonderful poster downstairs. Talk to our people, and I think this is really, really good thing base for discussion. And I think this metric framework, how we call it, will be a base of a new standard what we need for data quality. So this is part of the European experimentation TEF-Health project. We are part of work package 6 there. We are working very much closely together in the German node with our colleagues from Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz, which are also here, together with the TÜV, we're doing that, and of course with Charité, and many, many other European partners there. That's really great. We can do this work there. I'd like to show you a few examples of things we have done in the past. And one example I'd like to show is the ECG reference data set, work we have done together with Fraunhofer Heinrich Hertz. A good example, 300 million ECGs per year. As a physician, you don't want to look per eye on all these bits. You want to have artificial intelligence to helping that, and there are more and more algorithms come on the market. They get FDA approved. And in order to compare these algorithms, we need a reference data set. And so we did. So we looked on the ECG quality. In particular, we defined what is training, what is validation, what is test, and also looked on the representativeness of all the different pathologies that we get quite some kind of numbers in these bits. And we made this open available. That's open for since 3 years. It is more than 50,000 times downloaded. 500 times cited, so it became something like a de facto standard, people using that. We've used this data set for benchmark tests of existing AI algorithms and can compare that in order to derive some kind of metrics. How do we can compare the algorithms on that side? Again, work we did together with Fraunhofer and together there. And we'd like to drive this forward. You mentioned trustworthy by design at a certain point. Yes, we want to see how these different data quality metrics will propagate to the algorithm side. We have this kind of work deviation that Fraunhofer is doing more the algorithmic sides and we're doing more the data side, but of course we have to work together there, and it's really fun to do. I'd like to show you one additional example on image reconstruction. Medical imaging has been made. So if you would image very fast, you get very poor image quality. And nowadays, companies are using, indeed, deep learning for reconstruction. However, that results in complex convolutional neural networks. We need high number of training parameters, hyperparameters, and therefore high amount of training data. And what we have done in a framework what we call Qualitative Infrastructure Digital, so it's the national co-funding, so to say, of the TEF-Health, is physics-informed deep learning. And the idea is if you get the physics, the measurement process into the learning process, you stabilize your learning process and you get much more robustness, efficient data. I would like to show you one example. For chamber view of a heart, done by MRI in 10 seconds. If you would do this in 1.5 seconds, 6 times faster, get very bad image quality. The lower part is the error. And then if you would use deep learning, you would good image quality back. So the center is the normal neural network. The right one is the physics-informed neural network. Looks very similar, low errors. But the main thing, 300,000 parameters have to be trained in the middle. On the right-hand side, only 3,000. Much more robust, much more efficient, less training data. And this is something which we also like to encourage. You have to report how many hyperparameters you have to train. How is the influence in that sense? We are working on a digital test platform, again, something which we know from our national co-funding, the QI digital system. And there we have something like what we call the TRACIM ecosystem. It is a system which we have developed for coordination measurement systems a long time ago, actually. And the idea was that people can use different analysis algorithms and compare that, how coordinate measurement systems are working on that. And this is a service we also put to industry already for this biz. And so we have extended that now for AI. And I show you that in one example. What we have done for image segmentation, people can get randomly a test data set from the system. They can do that kind of segmentation on the MR images, and then send the segmentation back to the test platform, and then the metrics is calculated, the deviation is calculated, and you get the test report back. And this is something like which we like to think about the service. This is something where I'd like to see how many companies would be interested in that bit. And we're not only using that for TEF-Health, but also in the AI Meta consortium, where we are working also with Fraunhofer and University of Stuttgart and others in the German node. And again, we use industrial CT for quality assurance of the manufacturing process. And again, similar questions there, sparse CT reconstruction, end-to-end compression, artifact reduction. And again, we like to use the TRACIM network to see how these different things could be validated and could be compared. I have 20 seconds left, so I conclude. Trustworthy AI approaches are necessary in professional high-risk applications. Trustworthy AI is based on explainability, accuracy, robustness, and safety. The data is the main message. Data forms the base of AI. If you talk about AI, you should first talk about your data. And there are data quality standards are required. We are establishing the metric framework, these 5 clusters with these 15 dimensions, and we are working on test platforms of AI as a service. And again, this requires reference data and metrics. And I have to say, it's great fun to work on these things, because this is really pushing things to something which gets into real-world applications. And I'm really looking forward in these different consortia to work more on that. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Also, so interesting presentation. Thank you so much, Tobias. All, please remember your questions and take notes. We will do a short Q&A after our third presentation. I will just reset my timer. And yes, this is the reason why all speakers are staying in time. So I will let it end. Now last but not least, we welcome Chandra Shalagonda from Finland, solution architect at Fiverr Foundation. Fiverr is right? Okay. Fiverr open source technology is used to develop smart solutions, digital twins, and data spaces in various areas of digital transformation. Today, he will talk about multiplying AI capabilities and market reach with data spaces. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So my countdown has started already, so all right. Thanks, I'm Chandra, and I've been in Finland for almost 22 years. So I don't look like a Finn, but I'm almost there. So I extend my greetings and wishes from all my colleagues from Fiverr Foundation. And I think I have to thank first Xenia to really follow up me on vacation also, because I was on a vacation having a vacation in Lapland in Finland, the northmost part you can imagine in Europe, to have and directly landed here today. So I think it was really a good effort from Xenia and other team members who gave feedback. Also Martin. In the end, he made me correct a couple of things. So I would basically talk more about business or a little bit of technology on the standardization. So I would not be going very deep into the technology, because I think there were wonderful presentations before me who really spoke about, and especially about the data quality. I really appreciate that one. So. And moving forward, actually, the contents I would like to cover is that what is a data space, why we need it actually, and what it means for the private sector, and why should private sector really start to invest into it? Because it is an important part for a private sector also to be part of it and use it to enhance their market reach. How it basically multiplies AI capabilities. So, and that is a little bit point I'm going to cover. What are the challenges we have with the data spaces? And I'm talking a little bit about the Fiverr data spaces and MIMS in the last slide. So, and we are, just to cover that, how is it relevant is we are part of Sitcom AI project, one of the TEF. So let's actually define what is actually a data space. So when we see the data space, it's something related to a space in the cloud, right? So let's start with that basic definition. And I know that a lot of you have heard this term quite much, but there are many definitions to it which go very deep. I've seen a definition document which runs into 90 pages, but I try to simplify it as much as possible because the counter is sticking. And a sovereign platform, for example, whatever the platform I have on the private side, or even I'm a private player or a government player, a sovereign platform can actually participate into a data space, onboard onto itself. In this example, there are 4, but there could be many hundreds can participate and offer their digital services and data. So I'm also talking about the services here, not only about the data here. So most of the data spaces are being defined around the data, but the core strength of it is also the services. So the services can also be offered across all the data space participants, or if it to be open, it still can be open. Monetize the services and data in a standardized way. That is that if the services are needs to be monetized, it actually expands the. So instead of having a single platform where I have to create a login and then access the service, if my platform basically goes in and participates into a data space, it can actually reach to other data, I mean, all the data space participants. That means that I'm multiplying my market reach. I'm not expanding, I'm here multiplying my market reach. So, and all those users don't have to register on my platform. They can actually use it directly if they're part of, if their platform is part of the data space. It still retains the platform sovereignty, services, data ownership. That is the idea. That is actually how it should be done. Then it provides also the transparency and the traceability of the data. So who actually acquired the data, how it is being used. And I think this is an important topic when we talk about nowadays AI. There are a lot of legal suits we have been reading about the copyrighted data is being used to train the AI models, and openly the companies are accepting that we can't build this kind of AI capabilities unless we actually breach the copyrights. So they are justifying it and glorifying the copyright. So I think this is something that which can be addressed with the data spaces. And why we need them, actually, I think that's, yes, the data spaces provide a lot of benefits. We do it. But why we actually need them? Right now, the great solutions and services are limited to a silo platform. So we created a lot of silo platforms, whatever the data standards, following the data standards, whatever it is, and open, neutral, vendor, non-vendor locking data standards. But still, they are silos. So you have to go log in, create your account there, get an access to the data for that, or a service to it. So, and it's really difficult. So let me give an example of a public transport, right? I live in a southern city, one of the southern cities in Finland. So I'm a seamless EU resident. I travel to Berlin. I need to register in BVG, download an app, put my credit card details, still buy a ticket. Why do I need to do that when I can seamlessly travel across European Union, or Schengen countries at least? And why can't actually all these services be centralized? Why can't I use the login or the credentials which I used in Finland to actually travel in Germany? If there is a data space, mobility data space, and these two organizations are part of that, it can be done. So this eases our daily life also. The second part is that the challenge in acquiring the data or services. So for example, if my solution needs a data from different platforms, I basically need to go and negotiate with everyone. And this is time consuming, and SMEs and startups cannot scale to do this. It's out of question. Bring more transparency and traceability. So it's how the data is being used, who is the data owner, where it is acquired from, and who is basically using this for what purpose. I think this is something that which is a data owner needs to know before giving it their consent to use their data. And the scalability for the market. So, and there are great solutions out there. So for example, living in a place X and in a place Y, there is a solution of place already in place Y, which is solving my problem where I'm living in place X. Either I have to recreate the solution, or that solution which is on the platform or place Y has to be ported to place X. So why do we need to do this? So this is something that which we need to be able to access these services seamlessly. What it means actually for the private sector, why they have to take data spaces seriously. Easy acquisition of diverse digital services, data-related solutions, and data itself. So I think this makes it seamless, easy for a solution. So for example, if I am alone in a platform like a silo, I probably have to acquire the data myself, then I have to offer it to my users, great. But imagine if you can actually access the data from 100 other platforms, much more heterogeneous, much more diverse data. And this actually would enhance or multiply the market reach, multiply the capabilities, what the solution can provide. More diverse data. So we don't, as we spoke just now, that AI data has been trained on a particular data, which is not being able to cater to the diverse population. So it is important for us to have a diverse data. So across, if we talk about across the European Union, if we could get a diverse data, the data can actually be used much more purposefully and much more widely and accurately, actually, the results could be. Target market expansion. So, okay, I create the data, I use the data, I actually create a service around it. So I can also reach much more bigger audience, much more bigger user base, much more bigger market, multiply my market by actually using the data spaces. And cross-sectorial heterogeneity. So not only a single one. So we are talking about much more different fields, agriculture, medical, all these are related. They are actually converging in our era. The trust and traceability, again, I want to build this one. This is an important part when we talk about AI. So how it multiplies the AI capabilities? Well, just acquisition of a digital data from more diverse solutions and platforms makes the AI models very powerful. At this stage, I'm really worried about the way the data is being used in the most popular AI tools which are out there. I don't want to name any particular. I think they are doing a lot. And the users are jumping on it because they see that, okay, well, I can replace my Python programmer because something gives me a Python right away. And I have a programmer in my thing that who basically copies all the stuff from ChatGPT. And I said, for God's sake, don't do it. You know, you need to know what you're doing. So this is something that which we need to understand, and we need to acknowledge this issue a bit. And it is not the problem from the experts. Experts do understand this very well. That, hey, you know, we need to evaluate this program which is given ready-made. But it's a problem with the people who has a half knowledge. And that is where the problems start. And these solutions are going online more and more, by the way. AI-based services can be offered beyond and can be monetized. Usage and ownership of the data can be traced. And this is important. This is the most important thing which we need to think about. This is the most important thing which we all need to work on. And as an experts here, all of us, we understand this. But 90% of the users, or even 99%, I would say, the users of these solutions are not experts. They don't understand this. Enables federated learning, which is a key point. So you don't have to use your own resources. Sometimes it can be federated to learn. The models can be learning. I would basically also say the challenges of data spaces, which is, it's not clean and green, and it's not everything is glory there. There are a lot of issues, onboarding and interoperability between the platforms. It needs to be still made easy to maximize the benefits and reduce the costs. So, any new technology adaptation for a platform or an SME who's building a platform and offering a cool solution, adapting to something new is always a cost thing. Risks associated, again, with the technology. Reducing the fragmentation. We have a lot of fragmentation in the data. Governance of the governance models of the data spaces. So this is not well defined yet. And this is something that which needs to be defined very well. Of course, there are a lot of projects which are working on this one. And I'm not saying that we are not aware of this. But MIMS and 5-way data space connector. So this is something that which is trying to work the solution, solve these issues. The MIMS are actually, gives a requirement, capabilities, mechanisms, and guidance for interoperability. Interoperability is key here. Trust services aligned with EBSI, European Blockchain Services. So it uses the trust services which are aligned with that strategy, which is already there. Authentication based on W3C standards, decentralized identity management, which is actually a very big thing right now coming up. There are specifically venture capital firms in USA which are investing into DID, decentralized identity management, which is a key for data spaces. Implement authorization-based attribute-based access controls. So this makes it more granular. Compatibility with the HC and GSI data standards, which is for using the smart data models and using the same data model so that it can actually be understood by the machines across the data model. So it's also important for us to have an interoperability achieved with this. And that's all. Thank you very much. I saved 1 minute here. But I would like to say one thing is that when I was driving back from a holiday on Saturday from Lapland to South Finland, and I was worried about that I was not preparing this one very well. So my daughter said to me that, I can dictate while I was driving. It's a 9-hour drive. So I was dictating on that, and my elder daughter was sitting next to me in the car, and she was typing everything and sending WhatsApp messages to me. And in the end, she said that, Dad, I actually took my face away and phone away from the TikTok and started helping you. So I would like to see that you thank me in that speech. So I thank my both daughters for, typing these things.
Thank you so much, Chandra. So please stay with me here. Chandra, please stay. Also, Tobias and Katharina, do you want to join me on stage? So I'm not sure, are the microphones working here? So you can push the button. Yes. Okay, great. So we have 3 excellent speakers, really foundational topics we can discuss regarding trustworthy AI. And I know we are ahead of lunch break, but are there any questions? If not now, of course, we are all here later and approachable. But if there are any questions on one presentation here, please raise your hand or just push the button of your microphone. I heard a microphone? No? Okay. There's one. Okay.
This works? Yes, it does. Thank you, 3 of us, and all of you as well. So you talked about data quality and having standards about that. What about quality of synthetic data? Because this is one aspect that's very important in many fields, including the medical field. And so are there ways to go about this question?
Yeah, fantastic question. And due to the time, I'd have to take one slide off, which has talked about synthetic data. And I believe, or we believe, that this is something like a gatekeeper test. It's a pre-test. It's not always perfect. It is always simulated data. It's very artificial. But if you fail on that, then it's a warning. And this is something like a pre-test, a gatekeeper test, which we like to do. And the good thing with synthetic data, you have a ground truth. You get rid of the inter-observer variability because you're knowing what you have put in.
Thank you. We have a second question.
Yes, building up on that one, actually, that's for Chandra. I was wondering if there are any insights that you can share about the usability of data spaces in order to promote sharing of quality data. We've got a lot of data. I come from the agri-food domain. There's a lot of data. And when you try to analyze it, the vast majority of it cannot be used. So this is one of the biggest challenges when we are looking at reusing the data for training our AI algorithms. That cannot be done simply. And I was wondering if there are any insights that you can share on how you provide the guidelines to make sure that data are collected according to certain procedures and making sure that indeed we move in a direction where there will be an abundance of data, but quality data for a change.
I think it's working.
Okay. All right. My thought on this one is that the quality of the data is the first time I've been hearing in this. Means I heard it before, I'm not saying, but in the context actually where I can associate that with the data space. I have to be honest, there is not much work done on this, but there should be a lot of work done on it. But as a workaround, we are good in creating workarounds, like as engineers. So as a workaround, what I actually was suggesting in one of the data space in architecture is that to have, because we also spoke about the traceability and the accountability of how the data is being collected. So when you actually know how the data is being used, the traceability, then we know actually how many times this particular data has been used. If it is used many times, then that means that the quality of that data is obviously good. So it basically, at this current technology available on the architecture side of data space, if you want me to answer that question, I would say that the analytics on the data usage. The second point I would like to also highlight here, which has not been spoken, is that there's a lot of data which actually is duplicated. It could be a duplicate data. It's a massive job to basically figure out what is duplicate and what can be used. This is also something which we need to work on. So as I say that we are still evolving into it, as we said that we are crash testing it. So we need to figure out this quality and actually how to avoid the change. How to avoid the duplicate data on that. So this is at this stage, so a lot of work is needed on that.
Perfect, thank you. Any other raised hand here? No, I don't think so. Okay, but I think there's there are good topics for discussion later, especially data quality concerns all TEFs, and I mean all developments in AI is the foundation, and so really important topic that we can discuss. And yeah, now I can leave you to lunch break, but first of all, please give a warm applause to everyone.
Thank you.
We have a break. Thank you very much also from my side. We have a break now. And actually the TEF-Health Consortium is now first meeting on a stage. Sorry for that. You will be the last in the long line. But we want to take the opportunity to take a photo of the TEF-Health team. So please come to stage now. And afterwards you can also enjoy your lunch.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the SME pitch session. My name is Cristiana Costa. I work in Pedro Nunes Institute in Portugal, and my role is to be an executive coordinator of the Portuguese node in TEF-Health. And I'm also proud to be the coordinator of Work Package 8 that is basically focused on AI-embedded systems and clinical trials consultant. So I'm the chair for today's session, for this afternoon, where SMEs will share their experience with TEF services and the requirements. Starting with the TEF-Health, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Laurence Bois-Machef, Regulatory Affairs Director at Medium Technologies.
Well, hello, everybody. So my name is Laurence Bois-Machef. I'm Regulatory Affairs Director for Medium Technology. And we benefit from TEF-Health for the validation and testing of our AI. So I'm going to start with a small presentation of Medium and of our products to give you a little bit of context. And then I'll go more in the subject of today to show you what regulatory issues or challenges rather we had to face. So Medium Technology is a medium-sized company that is France-based, although we have some sites in US and Shanghai. And we are actually two business units. The first business unit, the historical one, is actually ICRO, the one you see at the bottom. That is specialized, it's a contract research organization that helps pharmaceutical companies to put their drugs on the market by managing their oncology trials on the imaging side. So that gives us quite the expertise, in oncology, and we wanted to profit of this experience, and for that reason we created a second business unit that is much more recent, and that is called Ionis, and is quite independent from the first business unit, and that is only 52 employees as of now. And the purpose of this business unit is to develop medical device software that contain AI and more specifically machine learning technology. So the first product that we're working on right now is called Ionis LCS. LCS is for lung cancer screening, and it's going to be a type 2B medical device, so we have to mark it. So lung cancer screening, just a few facts. I'm not going to go very much in detail on that, but why did we start with lung cancer? It's because lung cancer is one of the first cancer in terms of mortality, and it's also very interesting to note that there is drastic change in the survival rate depending on what stage you find the cancer. From 1 to 4. If you find it at 1, then you have a lot of chances to find a way to cure it. If you're at 4, no. And so what you see here in green is actually a paper from the European Commission that is a manifesto that was published in November, and that aims at saying that lung cancer screening and other screening programs could be very beneficial, and that also there is a lack of, let's say, there is a lack of a regulatory frame for the artificial intelligence in that field, and that the European Commission would like to refresh their EU policy on that regard, and that's something we're very much looking forward to. So what kind of technology? Well, just real quick, it's a supervised machine learning model with deep learning and convolutional neural network. And so the point of making this medical device compared to what's existing, because as you know, and as was said abundantly this morning, in radiology there's already a lot of AI solutions. Well, our point is to make an end-to-end detection characterization device that would allow to identify malignant nodules earlier, to reduce false positives, and to minimize indeterminate nodules. So here's a really high-level overview to show you. So we start with LDCT scan low dose, because that's usually what's recommended for lung cancer screenings. Then we have the organ segmentation, and then we have the nodule detection and segmentation, and then each nodule is characterized by being given a malignancy score, and all that goes into what we call the patient result report that is given back to the radiologist. So now that you know the context of our product, well, our problem is to go from research to the regulatory approval. And why do I say the problem? It's because we're a complex thing, which is a mix of a medical device software. It has AI ML in it, and we process sensitive health data. So we find ourselves at the intersection between several major regulatory worlds: medical device, software, artificial intelligence, data protection. And they all have their set of laws and rules, and some of them, as we saw this morning, are still not approved or under development. So we don't have any precise example to follow to know how to do our path to compliance or to achieve a global compliance. So this is why we first got in contact with the LNE, that will be the presentation after me, and why we are happy to be part of this TEF-Health program, because it's going to, as I'm going to show you, it's going to give us some pointers for several of those aspects. So what I call the path to compliance. So it's 8 easy steps that are probably something very familiar to all of you. First, you do the identification of your requirement, then you do a gap analysis, then you prioritize what you're going to do, risk-based, and then you implement the remediation. Of course, you have to explain that to all of your staff. Well, for a small company, that at least goes faster. And then you have to assess certification readiness through several means. So there is the least glamour one, which is the coverage matrix. And you can also have third-party audit, which is something that is very recommended because it's very good to have someone else look at what you're doing. That gives you an external point of view. Then step 7 is generating evidence and records. And then step 8 is obtain certification. Some of them can be mandatory. For example, in France, we have what is called HDS, which is the certification for when you're hosting sensitive data, and that's mandatory. Other things are not mandatory. For example, if I want to be ISO, it's not something that is mandatory, but then again, if you're not, that is going to have your customer question why you're not, so it becomes mandatory as well. And so one was simple, but when you're at the intersection of several frameworks like I showed you before, well, you see that's your problem. I would need a 3D slide, but yeah, you have to do that 3 or 4 times. And of course, because you're a small business, then you have the same resources and the same budget to cover all 3. So if I want to show another representation, for us that means that we have 3 laws that are mandatory, 3 main laws. And I duly noted this morning that I didn't note the Interoperability Act, so maybe yet another one. And in terms of standards, we have about 40, 10 being AI only. So we have very little feedback on those yet. And then in terms of guides, that are the state of the art. So MDCG, I'm sorry, there's a little typo there, but that's the European ones. IMDRF, ISO, etc. And then we also have whatever national requirement or client requirements we can have to add to that. And that gives you a big number of texts to take into account when we're still, as a reminder, 52 employees. So we have to try and tackle the problem. And as we saw during the gap assessment, we realized, although there are similar thematics between all our regulatory framework, they all suggest different methodology or different scales to go about it. So we would need a way to rationalize the different requirements through a consolidated approach. We have to tackle all those challenges, perform an effective regulatory watch, reconcile all the requirements, do not exhaust our resources, perform an auto-evaluation before we actually submit it, because when we submit to the authorities, if they tell us, well, no, that's not sufficient, that's a little too late to realize that. And so the solution is for us to find a good partner that is going to help us find a consolidated approach, know what's important to look at, provide us some training, and help us through all those maze of regulations, finding the right level of quality, compliance, and something that is reassuring both for the authorities and for our customers. So that's when TEF-Health comes into play. So via TEF-Health, we have a partnership with a French accredited body that is called LNE. So LNE is a very old company that is specialized in metrology, but I won't go in detail because it will be the presentation after me. What is important to know about them is that they have an extended experience on both data protection and AI, which was very important for us because it covers two major aspects of what we have to deal with. And so, ever since we started this partnership, they've been auditing us, they've been giving us training webinars, and we've been working on consolidated approach to reconcile both the ways the GDPR talks about data protection or cybersecurity and have some insight on how the AI Act is going to go about it. For the CE marking part, we are not too worried, so to speak, because we already had to face that for the MDR, like I told you, so we are going to hope, and that's what Mrs. Joly was saying this morning, that there's going to be a consolidated approach from the authorities for the CE marking, that when you're CE marked for medical device, you're also for the medical device that includes AI. And so the mock audit of our processes took place in November, last November, and was quite good for us. It also ties into a lot of subjects that were already discussed this morning, but it's very important for us to have this kind of collaboration to know if the data that we use to train and test our algorithm are good quality, are a representative sample. We do have experts in-house and statisticians, but it's important to work with someone who contributed a lot to the AI Act to understand if we are on the right path. Data is something that is rare and expensive, so we need to know that we're sourcing the right ones and that we're annotating them, labeling them the right way, and that we're providing something that is good quality for our product. So that's what we did up to now. And tomorrow what we are going to go for is, of course, the certification themselves for 27001 and for the AI certification when it's available. And so, as a conclusion, I would say that at Median Technology, we're really happy to be part of this adventure and to be one of the first companies that benefited from TEF-Health on this kind of project. That's really something that we would do again. And what we hope to get, in addition to what we already have and what I showed before, is the opportunity like today to present our work and to present all the challenges we're facing, to be able to share our experience with other companies and see, even if it's not exactly the same field in AI, that's still very enlightening, all the things that we've been sharing since this morning. And also, we would like to be able to be a little bit more involved in the making of the regulations. Even as a small company, we have a lot of experience to share, and probably something that is not just us, but that could ring a bell to a lot of other companies. So, yeah, we would like to be more involved in the making of the regulation and also to learn more about the path to reimbursement.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for the sharing. And our next speaker in the area of digitalization, it is online, and it is Guillaume Bernard from Melanie, our coordinator from the virtual testing centers, and it is together with Luc Chauzon. Go ahead, please, Guillaume. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Christiana. Hi, everyone. Sorry for not being here today. So really, I will just speak a few words, a few minutes at most, and I will leave the floor to Luc. But yeah, just to give a quick feedback on what Laurence said on our work with Median. So the general idea, we were already in talk with Median before the TEF-Health project, and given the need of Median as Laurence described it, and the happening of the TEF Healthcare project, I would say the collaboration was mostly natural. So the general idea of given what Median needed at that time and what LNE we could propose as a services, we could split the work in 3 services that correspond really to how we described it in the catalog of services. And as I said, we first assess the process used by Median to develop their AI system. So it was more or less a 3-part work where we, as a 3 type of process, where we look at their conception process, development process, and validation process. We look through their documentation. We analyze the documentation. So, for instance, the type of documentation can be conception report, risk analysis document, evaluation process, and so on. We do analyze these documents, and then we go through a round of a few meetings, few interviews with the AI team of Median to ask them more follow-up question on what we saw in the documentation, with the goal at the end to understand the process and furthermore to analyze what are their strong points, but also their weakness and where they can improve. We do not counsel them on how we did that, how they can do that, but we can analyze where there are weak points, especially regarding the upcoming regulation standardization ecosystem. And then this work will be followed up by 2 more services. One for the data qualification of, as Laurent said, of all the data that they do use. So we try to understand if the data contain bias, if they are correctly distributed, sampled, if they correctly represent the operational context, and finally, the evaluation of the system. But more generally, we find that Median already showed great maturity toward what is expected of them regarding the AI regulation, but still it's really an important step toward CE marking. And I will stop now because I already talked too much for Luc. So yeah, thank you everyone. The floor is yours, Luc.
Thank you, Guillaume. So thank you very much and hello everybody. Petra asked me to complete the presentation of Lawrence and Guillaume with a perspective on how LNE prepare to AI Act. So I will take 3 topics. What are the activities of LNE? What are the activities in AI in LNE? And what are the specificity of one of our standards and how it enlights and it takes a perspective in the TEF activities. So LNE, as presented by Guillaume, is a public organization that holds the French metrology. But LNE is also a testing laboratory and a certification body. And all these activities are really complementary. One of the subsidiaries of LNE, GMED, is as well notified body for medical device and implantable active medical device regulation. In LNE, we have some specific activities, and this takes the place for the preparation to AI Act. Of course, as Guillaume presented, we have a team and a department dedicated for the evaluation and the test of the performance of AI in multiple sectors. And we have also a team and a department for certification activities in AI. That's the department that I lead. And we cover as well information technology, cybersecurity, and AI. And we have 2 focus in preparing AI Act, providing certification activities according ISO 42001, which is a standard that introduces a management system for AI. So a management system is a set of activities inside an organization in order to manage a specific topic. We have management system in quality with the standard ISO 9001, in cybersecurity with the standard ISO 27001, and now in AI since December 2023 with the standard 42001. We also provide certification activities according LNE AI standard, and we can develop a little bit what is this LNE AI standard. So it's a standard that has been designed and developed 3 or 4 years ago with a team and a set of companies, and of course our LNE internal expertise. The topic is to certify how the processes are developed. Which processes? So the design process of the AI, the development process of the AI, the process for testing the AI, and the process to maintain operational condition, in operational condition, the AI. So that's the 4 processes that are covered by this standard. One interesting point is that there's a complete integration with ISO 42001, which is a management system for an organization and which provide a framework within which the processes defined in the LNE AI standard can properly work. What is interesting to notice is that most of the topics of the AI Act were already included in LNE AI standard. Anyway, we have ongoing improvement to better suit and to better adjust the standard with respect, as an example, with medical device specificities. And here is where this work can take a place for the TEF, because there's some improvement opportunity in order to better address risk management process, for example. Risk management process in medical devices is managed by a specific standard, 14971, and there's aspect to adjust, to adapt with specificity of AI activities. There's specific challenges on clinical validation of the performance of an AI algorithm that is embedded into a medical device. We can also identify some link with post-market follow-up activities that are very strong and structured for medical devices and that need to be improved and better addressed for the AI world. So these are perspectives for adjustment, improvement in the methodology of AI activities. So these are the points I wanted to share with you. I'm almost on time.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our sharing from TEF-Health. And our next guests would be from AI Matters, and I'm pleased to announce the chair of the panel, David Servan from European Affairs Management of SIA. Thank you so much.
So for this session, we wanted to present you a little bit how the AI Matters TEF is trying to reach out to the industrial companies that we have in our field, and we are very happy to have different testimonials this afternoon. So I really want to thank in advance all the participants that took some time, and I know that it's very hard for SMEs especially to allocate time to participate in events where they want to share their their journey to the market, and how such projects like the TEFs are very important for them to help them in this achievement. So I think we've had already a little bit of presentation of the service catalog, so I don't want to go too much into those details, but I think it's going to be important in those presentations to relate the challenges that are prepared for the TEF, AI Matters, and the service catalog, and the challenges that are met by those industrial companies. And we will have various examples of them. SMEs in different fields, in the fields of robotics, in the field of software engineering, and also a testimonial from a startup company that is providing solutions based on AI. And our first speaker, I will just skip this slide, our first speaker, Patricia Tames, will present how the Spanish node is getting together and preparing the service catalog to meet the challenges that are recognized at the level of manufacturing companies in Spain. So thank you very much for joining. Have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I am going to make a short presentation concerning how we see as a national association the challenges and how the TEF is going to help our companies to be more competitive. Then we will have certain use cases from little SMEs, but I am going to give the general view, and in particular from the Spanish node representing the Spanish Machine Tool Builders Association and Advanced Manufacturing Technologies. Well, just let me see if I... Okay. Just a short introduction. Well, I am Patricia Tames, and I am the Deputy General Manager of this association. And as you can see on the screen, and this is one of the main characteristics of this sector, we are an association which is almost 80 years old. This means that the manufacturing industry is a mature industry composed of SMEs. More than 90 or 95% of our companies are SMEs, but we are in the market since a long time. Most of them are almost 100 years old, and we want to still be in the market another 100 years. So this is a characteristic which is important to show then the need that we have of this TEF initiative. Just to give you some numbers, we represent more than 800 companies related to the manufacturing industry. We have these days the TEF initiative related to the health industry, agri-food, cities, but manufacturing industries, we are lots of SMEs, we are very much segmented, we are very fragmented, and we need to cooperate. I mean, we have lots of challenges concerning these digital technologies, but we are alone. We are little companies, and we need to cooperate among ourselves. Which are the main challenges that we have? We are very experts in manufacturing in our industry. We know how to make machines, we know how to produce pieces for the aerospace industry, for the automotive industry, for lots of industries, but we are not experts in artificial intelligence. We are not experts in robotics. We are not experts in blockchain technologies. We are not experts in cybersecurity. But we need those technologies to be introduced into our products. And that's the reason that we need this kind of instruments. We need to cooperate with technology suppliers, and we need to integrate all these technologies because we have to tackle with these challenges. We need to have digital workers, but also we have to have smart and automated machines, we need to work in smart and green processes, and we are challenging now new business models based on artificial intelligence and digital services. So these are the challenges that we have in front of us, and these are the needs that we have to cover. So why do we need AI Matters? Because we need to implement these technologies in our factories. But these technologies, they are not plug-and-play technologies. These technologies have to be robust, and they have to be implemented by several use cases that have to be already in practice. So we need AI Matters in order to have this strong ecosystem in our industry. So we are working very hard in the last months defining our services. And we are defining our services looking to the end users, because we need to demonstrate these technologies in our companies, in our factories, but we also have to define services for the technology suppliers. So we are now working very hard on defining these instruments and trying to have an answer so that in the future months and in the future years, we can have companies implementing in a very robust way these technologies. And just to finish, we are going to have a very big event next month, next June, in Spain, where our industry is getting all together, and we will explain to them the services that we are working on in order to give them these solutions. So this is it, and this is a short presentation of our association, our challenges that we are facing, and why this project is important for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that shows how the TEFs can be really an instrument towards the structuring of an industrial sector in a particular region, in a particular country. And I think, this idea of having a cluster that knows the challenges and the companies in the field and interacting with the actors, the partners that are providing the services and have the facilities, such as Tecnalia, Itanova, and Ayman in the Spanish node, is acting to get together this service. And of course, you didn't mention that, but there will be evolution of the service throughout the project, because this is a project that has only started for 1 year, so we have some time to go there. So now we will go to Greece, and with hopefully Andreas, if you are online, Andreas Sardelis, who is working at CASP software engineering company, and he will tell us a little bit more about how he sees the interaction with the Greek satellite and using the services for their to meet the challenges of their company. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, should I share the presentation or?
I can advance the slides if you will.
Well, no problem. Whatever is better for you.
I don't know. If you want to, I don't know if you can. You can share or. Okay, so we are on the first slide. I don't know if you want to. Yeah, you can share your screen, apparently. Okay, that would be better, I think. Okay, I don't know. We don't see the shared slides, but if you want, I can. Just because yeah, I can either see you. Yeah, okay, that's great. It's coming now. Yeah, great.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Andreas Ardelis, and I work for CASP. First of all, I will say a few things about our company. We are a software company based in Athens, Greece, and established in 1999. We are an SME. We have 15 employees, and what we do is design and development of custom-made software for several industrial sectors. This software includes some ERP systems, production planning and scheduling, quality engineering, supply chain management. And we have clients both in local and in European industry. And we have also participated in several European research projects. Now, regarding our participation in this TEF, related to the manufacturing in AI matters, as I said, we are a software company and we're also an SME. So there is always a challenge when we want to test or deploy some piece of software or software solution in a real life industrial setting. And what we have discussed also with our colleagues from the Greek node is to deploy and test one software that we are developing called tasks planning and resources coordination in the equipment that is provided by the TEF. This equipment will include a robotic cell with 2 robotic arms with a camera, a sensor and a conveyor system. Where we want to see how our software will be able to perform and to test the robustness, the reliability, and the repeatability of our software, and also the interfacing between different hardware and software components. And the results that we want is to characterize our solution, to have a stability report, and also to increase the TRL level of our software solution, and to be ready for marketing it and for selling it to our customers. That was all from my side.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was, I think, a nice example to show that one of the tricky part, I think, for SMEs is to be able to test their solutions with environments that require a lot of equipment, and they can't afford to buy all those equipments, all those different hardwares, all those different robots, and the TEF are essentially providing those environments at a reduced price, and this is essentially a key in our area of manufacturing. So another key testimonials, I think, comes from France. So please, Béatrice Rivalier from VLM Robotics, have the floor to explain how you see the interaction with the French node there. Thanks.
So my name is Béatrice Rivalier. I am in charge of research and development management and also competitive intelligence in VLM Robotics. We are machine maker, but special machine maker because we use robots, and we do only manufacturing with robots. It's very new market segment, maybe I think 3 or 4% of the global market of industrial robots. So it's a very new application for robots. No. As you can see, we have some different range of machine, of product. We made manufacturing. It could be, for example, a first picture, entity control cells. It could be milling cells. It could be also additive manufacturing, much more metal than polymer for us. And the last picture, the fourth, is very interesting because we use 2 robots. One is making something, for example, additive manufacturing, and the second one is making control. And because of the closed loop between the 2 robots, we are able to adapt the manufacturing in each point of the trajectory. It's very special condition. It's autonomous robotics. As you can see, we have also an important activity of research and development with French partner, but also with European partner. Our solutions are not dedicated to one sector. It's much more, every sector needs agility. And so we have clients from naval, clients from train, clients from energy, from, I don't know, aeronautic space and defense, for example. And we should notice that we are Siemens solution partner. This means that we are the innovative partner of Siemens. And to do what? To open the market on marketing 4.0, on manufacturing 4.0 with robot. We are a very limited size company and in Bordeaux. I think it's time to define why and how we do. We need agility, the industry needs agility to face the mass customization. When you had before large series in industry, you have now only medium series. When you medium series are becoming little series, and there is much and much more application where you have only unique piece, no more series. Agility is on that kind of production, unique piece each time, on hyper-fragmented series, could be also, and unpredictable. So you need to make quality, industrial quality, without to make 2 pieces or 3 pieces. You make only 1 piece. So it's very tricky, and you need to make control in process to be sure to make a good part first time. So it's our challenge, and if you understand that we make manufacturing, and some manufacturing like additive manufacturing are multi-physics processes. When you do, for example, a part in metal additive manufacturing with robots, large part, you will have thermal phenomenon, you will have also mechanical behavior, and also, for example, metallurgy characterization. All these things are in the part, and you have to manage this complexity. It is also the case for bonding. Bonding is also a multi-physics process. So this is the first difficulty for us, face a multi-physics processes with a lot of interaction. And the second one is that we do XXL part. XXL is more 1 meter length or 1 meter diameter. In general, is 2 meter length or 3 meter length. So it's a really big part. And so if you do a multi-physics application in a very big part, you have exponential difficulties. And you have the necessity to make a good part first time, because you will never do a second part. And if you do a mistake, this is a lot amount of waste, raw material going as a waste. So it's not possible no more. And because you have also an XXL part, you have to finish the part on the robot, on the turning table. All the application you have to do. After additive manufacturing, you have to control the part, you have to mile the part, so to finish the part. So it's also a difficulty, an additive difficulty. And our interest on TEF services is first to be able to open the market of agile manufacturing with robot. And we need to demonstrate to our clients that their products are able to do with our solution. So TEF could be interesting for us to make proof of concept in terms of part, client part. We develop a lot of function control function for our cells, and we want to test it on the TEF and maybe to enhance our development by using artificial intelligence, challenge our development with without and with. And we believe that using artificial intelligence, we can also identify how the different parameters involved in the process are not independent, but dependent. So artificial intelligence is for us to learn how we can manage and understand the complexity of the process. And it's very key for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Beatrice. I think it's a really, an example that summarizes all the challenges that we have for our, the technology provider companies in the field. They have to match the challenges, the changes in the way manufacturing is providing parts for the industry, and how those parts are being made now with technologies like additive manufacturing, which changes the way you deal with the manufacturing and producing cycle that we've had lately in our domain. So it's really, I think you have probably this is an example of a potential recurrent client or customer for the TEFs, because there are so many different areas where we can collaborate. Then to close this session, I would like to invite Amira Musa from Cheetah AI. Yes, please. And it's a very pleasure to welcome you, because you are our first startup providing testimonial on the interest for AI matters for startups. So please have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Amira. I am the CEO of a startup called Cheetah AI. Yes, and we are basically a spin-out of the University of Copenhagen. The journey started actually at UC Berkeley in the US, where we were working on edge AI application, meaning how to get AI easily onto products in a smarter way, because we were seeing a big problem in the market in terms of labor, and we were also seeing a problem in terms of the complexities of getting efficient AI on edge applications. So we decided, the group, to take it out of academia and see if we can give something useful to the companies out there. So basically what we are trying to offer is a simple platform targeting more software-based engineers, so they can be able to tailor their solution, optimize it, and deploy it in one place onto their application. Yes. So I think I have some use cases here. Yes. So basically what we are targeting is also a little bit like the ones before. It can be used quite broadly. Everyone wants efficient AI, and everyone wants a platform that makes their life easier. So what we are currently trying to figure out is who are the right ones for us. Basically, where our unique value proposition is that we are quite specialized in environments where you have quite restricted requirements. So that means if you want something that is very energy efficient, or you have very low latency requirements, or that you don't want to be connected to the cloud for several reasons, which I know is a big thing also in the EU, that's what we are good at. So for some of these use cases, and now I know this is more health focused, but for health use cases, we are looking, for example, at patient monitoring, where you want to do that in real time, or if you do medical image analysis, basically where you have some very heavy images and you want to speed up the process of predicting the diagnosis, we can help with making that happen. But yeah, so basically some of these use cases we are targeting are where you need to react very quickly and you are running something all the time. And we have targeted these different kind of use cases, and we have been testing it also from a lab perspective. However, we do need more help with it to take it one step further. Just to mention also, I wrote some partners down there. So in our case, it's the Danish Technological Institute in Denmark that are helping us with this journey. Here are some things we would like to get help with. So since we are deploying onto edge devices, which can basically vary the price from 100 euros to thousands and thousands of euros, we would like to have more testing hardware facilities. We would like to also understand everything around the product we want to build, because we are all engineers and more good at the back end part. And then provide more real data we can test it on, and more also connect us to customers, potential customer use cases that we can validate the platform on. I think that's it.
Yes, so thank you very much, Amira. I think it's really nice to have this testimonial to show that TEF are also able to be partners in securing the journey from AI startups in their journey to the market. And also, essentially from this session, TEFs function as an ecosystem where sharing of knowledge, practice, and expertise in different technologies help each other. And that's really, I think, the key message of today and of the strong tight interactions that we have with the other TEFs. So thank you very much again for this session. Thank you, Petra.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. And moving for our next session, TEF Agri-Food, I'm pleased to welcome Heinrich Brockmann, Managing Director of Josephine, as our next speaker.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your attention. My name is Heinrich Brankl from Josephine in Austria. I'm head of research and also the representative of the Austrian satellite, working in arable, grassland and alpine farming, and also in animal husbandry. As you can see, now we are in agriculture in deep. And as we could not convince our customers to present their demands and needs here, I take over their role and take the opportunity to give you some feedback or some reply. Where are the needs and where are the challenges and where are the problems what we are dealing with? So who are our customers? Of course, SMEs, that can be agricultural machinery manufacturer as a whole, or maybe system manufacturer, maybe only sensor manufacturers which are providing some components for a whole machine, or even software engineers which are developing AI algorithms and components for those machines. And what are the demands? It's of course very easy, and the same as in the other TEFs. They want to test the robustness of their system under ambient, under natural conditions. And that means for us, of course, a big challenge, because we have to define the conditions where we can find out where are the edge cases of a system, how robust works a system, or how we can collect data and provide high valid data for the testing itself. In some cases, they are interested to support them in hardware selection and also in safety standards, information about safety standards and certification. So, and in this way, we defined also, like the other one, the other TEFs, a numerous list of services depending on the competence we have and depending on the application. And from the point of view of the customer, they, of course, are looking through and selecting the services which they are, where they are interested. And this can be as far as we have done in the first year, testing of a robot itself, maybe a weeding robot, a spot spraying robot, or also drones, testing drones, UAVs, or remote sensing models. I come to that in the next use case. How can this be performed? As you can see here, this is a machine which is working on the field, which is a weeding robot. That means he has to remove the weeds and leave the crop itself. So what the definition about the working quality is very easy. We have to define or to document the situation before the robot is working and after the robot is working. Then, in very simplified, we have to count the crops, and we have to recognize the weeds, and when the robot has done the work, we do the same work again, manually, or even more comfortable with a drone, and then calculate calculate the figure which gives us the quality feedback of the quality of the work. So as you can imagine, it is not only the AI algorithm itself, it is the whole system we are testing. So that depends on what the manufacturer wants to do with. Another example is a crop spraying. As you can imagine, the reduction of pesticides is very important, not only in Austria, but all over Europe. This is defined in the Green Deal, where targets are defined to reduce pesticide application. And this can be done if the robot recognizes the weed and sprays only pesticide on the weed itself and not on the whole area. So there is a reduction possible of 95% of pesticide application. And we can test it if we are looking at the weeds itself, and the robot is spraying a dyed spraying liquid, which can be seen under ultraviolet light. So we can detect where is the weed and did the robot spray only on the weed itself. So it is not so easy, but it can be done. What I want to say is that we have to have much experience on the application itself. And I want to give you maybe the most important a slide, the summary of what we have learned in the year one. So the preparation of the service costs much efforts. So at first step, we have to be visible. How can the SMEs find us as an institute, as a testing institute? Not only the SMEs from Austria, but also from Czechia, from Slovenia, Hungary, and Romania, which are not involved in our network. So to make promotion work and increase the visibility is very much important. The business case preparation and initiation costs a lot of work. You have to discuss with your customer, you have to understand what its problem is, and you have to define the conditions. How can we test the system? So not one service fits all. It is always an individual discussion with your customer. You cannot take one product, one service, and put it to many different customers. Maybe it will be easier after years and years, but not in the first year, what we could see. And also the TEF onboarding procedure has to be professionalized. It costs much of work, and that is also important. When we execute the service, as you can imagine, we are in the nature, so we are outside. We have not standardized conditions, and that means, for instance, if you're looking to the weeding robot, if sun is shining, maybe it's beautiful to work outside. But if it is raining and heavy raining, you maybe don't have the chance to test that system, and that means the next chance is next year. So it is always, let me see, a very big challenge to look how and where are the best conditions. Yes, and service allocation, what we could see, and that is a little bit released. The de minimis regulation was increased some weeks ago, so it is a little bit better, the situation now, but some SMEs have already the problem to fail the de minimis limits. Two things I think are very important from my point of view as a testing institute, but also from the point of view of a company. The first one is you have to have the competence, you have to know what you're doing, and you have to know much competence, not only from the point of view of artificial intelligence, but also from the point of view of the application itself. Those things together are very, very important. And the second one, I think, is trust. If your customer doesn't trust you, and if you cannot provide the customer trusting you in order to give him the security that you want to help him, and not to test him, yes, you will fail in future. That is, from my point of view, very important, and I hope we are going in a good future. Thank you very much.
Very much, Henrik. Very interesting to hear the lessons learned that actually can be cross-sector. Our next speaker is Jürgen van Geet, Scientific Director of Ilvico. Please.
Hello, I'm Marijke Gunning. I'm the technical manager of the Flemish satellite in Agri-Food TEF.
Hello, my name is Jürgen van Geet. I'm a director at Ilvo, leading the Agri-Food Technology department. And in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we will try to take you on the customer experience journey that our customers has when they are using the testing and experimentation facility in Flanders. Honestly, we could not convince our SMEs that bought our first services to come here. They are very busy and the agricultural season is more or less starting. So you will have to do it with a dual presentation of the both of us, but we will try to evocate the situation as good as possible. Actually, to start our activity, what we did as a satellite is we went out to the biggest business channel in Flanders and we asked them to make a promotion campaign for our testing and experimentation facility. And that was based on some success stories, but also on a nice opening movie for our testing and experimentation facility in Flanders that we would like to share with you. And that is...
As a Flemish satellite, we take pride in our unique position at the forefront of accelerating advancements in the agri-food sector. What sets us apart is our ability to seamlessly combine our deep domain knowledge with expertise in artificial intelligence, data analysis, and robotics. By synergizing these diverse fields, we offer an unparalleled approach to driving innovation. Our comprehensive suite of services encompasses prototyping, advanced image analysis, algorithm training, and rigorous testing under realistic practical conditions. This distinctive fusion allows us to provide businesses with unparalleled support in revolutionizing the agri-food industry and bringing transformative solutions to market faster.
So, hi. We are a reward-winning innovative agriculture machinery SME, and I saw the great support services that your facility offers. Can you tell me a bit more?
Yes, of course, with pleasure. We are fully open for business. Please have a look at our approach and have a look at our service catalog. Here you can see the service catalog, and here you can already see our first people working with some of the SMEs. So, trying to convince you, we can support you as an innovative SME in data collection. We will help you with the camera setup. We will tune lighting conditions for you. We will help you structuring your data, organizing it, and give access to it in very innovative ways. But we also will help your prototype to be improved after you got the test data from us. We can help you with some data engineering, model selecting for the architecture, training, and evaluating. And finally, we are there to help you testing in real farming conditions and further expand your prototype. So maybe in some unique selling points, what do we offer? We offer a one-stop approach. What does that mean? We are with you all the way. We don't solve one question, we solve all your questions. And if you need support from other actors in the ecosystem, we are there to guide you to the next players in the ecosystem or in the innovation ecosystem. We are quite convinced that we have cutting-edge expertise, for instance, in developing vision or AI solutions that can help you to validate and improve your product. As already said, we can help you to test not in YouTube movies or in PowerPoints, but we test in real farming conditions to solve the problem that my colleague just said before us, that in farming you are challenged by the outdoor conditions. And finally, we strongly believe that we know your business as good as you know it, and that we know your customer.
Sounds very interesting. I want to buy this, the dataset generation service out from your catalog.
Great. We will first onboard your service and then send you our NDA and Agri-Food TEF service agreement, as you can see on the screen.
Does that include support, or is it a standalone one-off transaction?
Yes, of course. We are there to support you during the whole customer journey, which means that we will start as a satellite with awareness creation, support you in the consideration, be there for the purchase decision, and then finally also work on the retention. And what we most likely is that you, at the end, work with us at advocacy so you can help us convincing new clients.
Okay, I'm convinced. Let's start.
Okay, and just to make very clear that it's not just a theater that we are doing, but that we are doing real work, you can see here the company that Marijke represents, Vanuke Automation, testing their smart AI-driven camera, which is inside the box. It's an NDA for something, of course. So we put it in the box, and we have also the automative or the automation demonstrated, but of course the AI algorithm, the testing and the data collection is in the box. And then, which is also very nice, we also ask them to do the service advocacy and to tell how happy they were from the services of our TEF.
In het verleden hebben we al meermaals samengewerkt met Ilvo. Momenteel werken we zelfs samen voor een nieuw soort precisieschoffelmachine. En bij het ontwerpen van een nieuwe machine, een nieuwe technologie, is het wel belangrijk dat er verschillende stappen aan te pas komen. Dus het is niet enkel het mechanisch ontwerp, maar het is ook over automatisatie, elektronica. Het gaat daarnaast, en belangrijk ook wel, over de fysiologie van het veld, over de onkruiden, over de meteorologie. En daar is de kennis van onder andere Ilvo heel belangrijk voor ons.
So in 23, we already delivered 5 services. And for 24, we already have services agreed and under execution.
These companies, and this is the team that you will meet if you buy some of our services in Flanders. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we have here, TEF Agri-Food has actually here's time for one question. Would you like to have a question here? Time for, yes, please.
Thanks, very fascinating. So I would like to ask the economic viability of the technology which you would like to offer to the farmers.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, I would like to know the economic viability, why the farmers has to buy your services. So how much cost could be reduced compared to?
Okay, I for sure want to discuss with you about the economic viability of some of the technologies, but we don't sell services to farmers, we sell services to businesses. Our clients are businesses that are willing to develop a robot. For instance, the company here has a weeding module on their hoeing system. They feel that it doesn't work yet 100%. They are at TRL level 8, for instance. They want to go to TRL level 9, and they want support from us to improve the algorithm. So that is what we do, and we build them for the support they get. Of course, they can also ask us, as we are a very integrated satellite and we have end users, and we work in a kind of what today we call a living lab approach. So we can involve end users to do some co-creation with them if they would be interested, but that would then be a company that asks us to support them also with the business model or the economic viability, which is a little bit outside a TEF, AI and robotics satellite, I think. So we can support on that, but I think business model development is not necessarily the deep core of our satellite at this moment.
Thank you. I will get back to you bilaterally.
No problem. With pleasure.
Thank you very much, and I think you can take advantage of the coffee break if you have more questions for the Agri-Food TEF colleagues. Thank you very much, and in following the order of the day, the next guest speaker and panel will be represented by our colleague Jan Jossen, Chief Executive from Danish Industry, that will introduce and moderate the panel. Welcome then.
Thank you. I am Joost Hammark Jensen from Danish Industry and TEF-DK, and I'm happy to welcome two SMEs on stage. So Jean-François, please come forward. And Henrik Thorsen, if you'll be on standby, please. Please come. I just want to say one thing, and that's why I'm just standing between you and SME presenting why this is interesting, and that is in Sitcom we have a number of themes we've organized to make sense of cities, a number of domains, and some of the themes here are power and mobility. We are also working with connectivity, but the two cases you will hear today are about first mobility, and then a little bit later, power. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Joost. Good afternoon. So when we participate to such events, it's often about startups and scale-ups. But today I want to show you that quite old SMEs are also relevant and they are able to keep on innovating. And I hope to show you that today and show you how, for an old company such as ours, TEF has a lot of advantages and benefits, and what we can also bring to the market with our long history and experience. So this is MAC. We are basically a 100-year-old family-owned business with 130 employees, and we are based in Belgium. And the story began in 1923 with Clément Mac. And what is really interesting is that over 100 years, we kept on reinventing. The company is not afraid of changing its field and its interest. So it started with the radio receivers, and then it moved on into scientific equipment. And then in the late 60s, the son of Clément took over and led the company into industrial automation. And then finally, in the 90s, François Mac took over and started the current venture into mobility. So as you can guess, after 25 years of work in mobility, we've had the time to develop multiple lines of products. And it started with hardware and ANPR cameras, which are license plate detection cameras. And then over the years, we understood that there were some needs for a software platform to come on top of it, and then later a data solution and AI leveraging the data that we collect. So let's take a look into the first line of products. This is our current range of cameras. So it started as ANPR cameras, but nowadays these are smart cameras because they have much more capabilities than they used to. And basically, our cameras can adapt to the needs and requirements and budget of our clients, and to go up to quite high level of specifications, as you can see here. But the most interesting part is that all of these cameras are powered by NVIDIA GPUs, which allow them to be kind of mature enough computer vision platform. that can adapt to different use cases. So we have high quality camera system. We have this edge computing capability, which means that every model that we run can run on the edge, which has a lot of benefits. And then we've had the opportunity to develop a computer vision model catalog, which started with license plates, but nowadays we can also do classification, make and model recognition. We can detect helmets, phone, seat belts, and also some more dedicated solutions, for example, to monitor railway crossings and identify stuck vehicles on the tracks, barrier positions, lights, trains, etc. And we are able to keep on adding new models, which gives us a lot of capabilities. The second line of smart sensors that we have are the QSense devices. So again, this is quite flexible. We have some, we can, for the QSense Air, detect a lot of air components, but also analyze noise, air pressure, wind, and etc. And the crowd sense can pick up Wi-Fi signals from smartphones up to 100 meters. And by positioning these devices across, let's say, a field, you can really identify crowd fluxes and movements. Both of these sensors are connected and have GNSS capabilities and are really easy to deploy and use. Then the next level is software. So basically we realized that there is a need for data gathering, and we've developed a platform called the Mac Mobility Manager, or MCube, which is able to collect the data from our own sensors, but also any kind of sensors from competitors or our clients. And then we process this data, we analyze it, report it, and then we connect the output to whatever means is required. So you can either have some kind of consultation on the platform, or you can connect further equipment to disseminate the results. And then this is done through various applications that we can install on the platform. And maybe we can take one example. If you have two cameras that can pick up license plates, you can, through an application, combine the information to do an average speed calculation. Or you can connect hundreds of cameras to create a low emission zone and connect the data with a DIV provider. And then we can bundle these applications for different needs. So for example, you have the law enforcement, but you can also dedicate applications for school safety, where you will connect to variable message signs to redirect traffic or limit the heavy vehicles during school opening hours. And this is really flexible. It can adapt from, let's say, a small municipality or a school all the way up to a whole country. And you can really pick up the applications that the client needs. So it's quite flexible. And then we can move on to the icing on the cake, the data solutions, and maybe the one that is the most interesting for today. Basically, we realize that our clients have access to a lot of data, and this data contains a tremendous value, but they can't really handle it. And we also realize that, let's say, for example, a city will try to buy data from multiple providers, but any provider has a limited view of the reality. So they will have different views, but none of them will represent the complete picture. And to basically manage this problem, we've had to develop extensive spatio-temporal data expertise. But what does that mean? So here on the right, you have an example. This is a map of the southern part of Belgium, Wallonia. And the region asked us to provide accurate counting on the highway and secondary roads for the whole region with high accuracy everywhere, which is kind of complicated because if you look at the dots on the map, these are where we have sensors, which means that even though Belgium is quite small, you still have to provide accurate counting dozens of kilometers from the sensors. And to do that, we've had to work with the limitations of the different data sources. So we have static sensors, our cameras, but also counting loops. We have mobile sensors, and then we've had to integrate floating car data, so basically data providers, each of them have limited and variable market share, which means that you cannot trust only them. You really need to have to work with everything together. And we've had to develop a lot of algorithms and models to achieve that and to be able to provide a complete and accurate data layer to the client. And this is the result that we are able to deliver. So here you have a camera that is, two cameras that are placed near a city in Belgium. And basically on the graph there, you have the prediction that is in orange and the true count provided by our cameras in blue. And basically our model has been trained without the camera's data and is still able to deliver this kind of accuracy. And what is interesting is that you can see that the morning peak and evening peaks, so this is a week of data, they are actually reversed because people are going towards the city on the morning and coming back in the evening. And this whole expertise can be reused for a number of different needs. So either you talk about traffic, parking, charging. Anytime you speak about mobility data, you will have this problem of different providers, but none of them having the complete picture. And that's what we are able to do, merge them together and provide this single point of truth. And to do that, we've had to develop our big data capabilities. We've had to develop this data fusion and augmentation algorithm. Our expertise in spatial-temporal data is quite advanced, and we've had to develop machine learning algorithm. And this is how we can help the client uncover the information or the insights that they already own. And all of that is done through our completely integrated into our other products, which is interesting because let's say a company might focus on the data only, but we believe that our expertise in the other fields is really beneficial for this. And we would not have been able to do that on our own as a small company. It's a lot of investment to develop such algorithm. So we've had to work with universities in Brussels, but we've also received funding from the Brussels region through Innoveris, all the way up to the European Union. And that's basically our lineup. This is how we can offer an end-to-end solution from the hardware all the way up to the data. And our clients are cities, road and highway authorities, law enforcement, parking operators, and we're working with traffic analysts, urban planners, and we are looking to provide our services to the private market too. Now maybe the question is, how did we end up in touch with the TEF and Sitcom? And basically when the inauguration of the first 4 TEFs in Copenhagen in June 23, we were present there, but we were also there to celebrate our partnership with the Living Lab, who is a living lab integrated into within Sitcom. And they are located in Copenhagen, and they offer a physical testing space for smart mobility companies to really deploy their solution and have companies or governments or potential clients visit and see on the field how it works. So they have quite an interesting network to work with. And we've had the chance of deploying our equipment, so 2 cameras, a Q sensor, and then an M-Cube instance on site, and we are working towards some data capabilities to display there and show clients. And so for us, as an old company who is quite mature, we are not trying to make the first step. We really know what we are doing, but we believe that to keep on innovating, and innovation is really important in this field, initiatives like TEFs are really important, because if we take each line of products, we have different benefits from our integration into DOL. So we can demonstrate, we can have a direct comparison with our competitors. And our market in Belgium is quite developed, but we believe that we have the means to reach or to further expand internationally. And this is one good way of doing that. We also think that it can help us understand new use cases, whether it is for hardware or software or data. It can also help us enter or contact basically new initiatives for protocols, ecosystems, standards, legislation, regulation. It's really important to be part of these discussions as a mobility provider. So if you want to know more, here are our website and LinkedIn, and my colleague and I also are available for any questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now over to Henrik Thorsen, who will tell us a little bit about where you are coming from in terms of energy and edge data space, please.
Thank you. Yes, we heard a lot today about AI and digital twins and data and everything. I'll also tell you about which impact it have on the system behind it, because we are in the same time going to renewable energy, and that could be a challenge if we don't think what we are doing and how we use the data in the future. So I'm a founder of EnergyCool. It's a 15-year-old company, but I also have a deep passion for everything that is green and the green transaction and how we can help it. And so I have made this different projects as also non-profit, so it's not everything is business. How do I change this? Yes. EnergyCool is we are starting in 15 years ago making cooling system. I worked my whole life with cooling. We made a system where we can save 95% of the energy for a cooling system for a data center or server room. And in the time where we are growing, we are also making now the completely edge data center as a modular systems. And we are talking about edge data centers. So this is the small ones, not the big ones like Google and Microsoft and so on. But you have to be in the mindset that there are a lot of data centers around, also in Europe. One of our customers is Cellnex, a Spanish company, have 135,000. And I'm sure in Europe there are 1 million plus. So when you need to connect something, maybe it's better to go to someone that already have the installation, because there is so many installations around Europe, so it's better for the environment to go together and work together. So just have it in the mindset. But we are a supplier and we have a holistic view, so we are working with the software also. How can we do it smarter? We are looking at the complete edge data center. What can we do to make it more flexible and easier to do to the renewable energy? I have to say our customers have a goal. They are big. This could be also Vodafone or whatever you know, and I'm sure you know the big names in your local area. They have a goal to be net zero in 2040, so it's coming soon. And the energy, I'll come back to that, go up very fast for this kind of equipment. When we look on the trends, what is happening, and that's what we think we are hearing about today, is we need more and more data. It has to be connected, everything, because we cannot get data. We have to connect it, and the speed have to be faster. So a lot of the things going on the right side for you is the edge data centers. What is an edge data center? Is a server who is placed near you and near the equipment. So in the future, when we have to connect everything, what you can see in the left side is the future energy system. Everything have to be connected. Then we need nearly every 500 meters something that connects something, even if it's a fiber or it's a mobile cell or whatever it is. Everything have to be communicate together to make it smarter, to secure the transaction to renewable energy. And this is a red server, you can see. That's all the data we are talking about today is put in this server, so it's red and use a lot of energy. I don't know what's coming one more. A little bit late. So what is an edge data center? And I'm sure you everything know it now when you see this picture, because everything that have to be connected, even if it's a wireless or wired or fiber or whatever it is, there is data behind it. And in the end, there is a house. It could be a big house, it could be a smaller house. But this is what an edge data center is, a technical room where there are placed the server in. And again, there is a lot of them around the world. So the future is, and we need more of them, but there's also have an impact on the grid system. So This is only for Denmark, but I'm sure that the numbers are the same if you're looking around Europe. If we look where we are now, the data consumption is analyzed from the TSO in Denmark. How do they see the energy consumption is going for data centers? And it goes, like they estimated, 3 times up. So it's a huge amount, and on the top of that, you can put your electric cars and your heat pumps and everything on the top of that. So it is something we have to think about in the future. Why is cooling interesting here? It's because for this kind of data center, in average, 40% of the power consumption for a data center is cooling. So, and that is possible now to reduce with 95%. So, but instead, if you take the numbers from the TSO, the 40% we can take off in reduction on the cooling, nearly. Then we have to look at the 60%. What do we do to get that more flexible in the future? So that is what we are working on. There's one thing we need is balancing the grid, because if we don't have balancing on the grid, what you have, sure you have seen some kind of that when you're driving around, it has to be 100% balancing. And in the old days, maybe 15, 20 years ago, it was easily to having balance between the production of the power and the consumption of the power. Today, and the new, is that we don't know when the car is in the block, we don't know where we should need the power, or the heat pump is starting, or... So the new things we have to work on is how can we bring balancing in all this kind of data we are working with, and that's, I hope everyone will have in their mindset when they leave, that they have to think about flexibility, because when you have going to renewable energy in the future, it's flexible. It's how the wind is and the sun are. Then we have to have a consumption that's also flexible in the future. So when we look at our edge data center, a little bit inspiration if someone has been in a summer house in Denmark on the west coast. It don't have to be something big black building. That's not very nice. So what we are working on is to make the future edge data centers, and of course reduction of the energy is always the best. The energy we don't use is the easiest one to handle. So reduction is number one. And then we have this flexibility, and that's what we are looking at the server level. How can we make this flexible? We are also, instead of being a big consumer on the grid system, it could also be nice to make, we can also, a part of it, make it as a grid balancing. So instead of being, it's not something not good for the grid, we can make it positive for the grid. And that's one of the ways. And this is the connections between other things like cars or heat pumps or whatever, electric stuff, all the part we have heard of today, is also part of it. We need to storage energy. That's you already. Batteries is one part. A lot of way to storage energy. I will not go in that one. But also, if we pull a little bit together all these servers, we can also use the waste heat for these kind of servers to heat up the houses. So it's best in the winter. In summer, we can take the swimming pool. But we use the waste heat. We have a lot of waste heat of this server, so let's use it. And the next one, what we also hear now, and our customers are asking for, biodiversity. So now there's a connection between how do we do to renewable energy and what can we do about biodiversity, because there is, in our business area with the edge data centers, 1 million plus. So we can make a difference if we do something. Yes, the goal is net zero 2014, and in my passion to do something, I think that the way and why I made this non-profit organization also is, I found out as an entrepreneur, I'm a practical guy, that it's great to collaborate with others. So, and I think that this project is very nice, that it's working across Europe, bringing research, universities, business together. Because I'm sure if we do it together, we are very strong. So this is the next level for looking at the data is the net zero, and that's why we are working on making, together with the TEF sitcom in Denmark, to make a test facility where we can show and demonstrate or play also, because we need to play a little bit about this data, because it's all what is connected today. It's a critical infrastructure. So You can call help if it's down, so you can live with it if the television is not working. That's okay, but there's a lot of the thing is critical infrastructure, so it's very important it's working 24 hours a day. So that's why we are now working on making this test facilities, so it will be open and there will be a service catalog for that also. So you can, if you have something that, I think I heard a little bit about the DTU. It was a young company, maybe that was interesting talking about data. So it's open, you are welcome to get in touch, and if you can find a way to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. Thank you again, Jean-François. I think that's really all we have. I think we are on time, I hope.
Yes. With the presentation of Sitcom, we actually are closing the SME session. Before we go for the break, I would like to thank again all the speakers for this sharing and thank for what we learned within these 2 hours. And let's give them again an applause for their brave sharing today. Thank you so much.
So welcome back for this last session, the brave people who are still standing and sitting and listening. My name is Anne-Laure Kadji. I'm from the Research Institute Multitel in Belgium and also Executive Officer of the Trusted AI Labs initiative. I can tell more if you're interested. And I have the pleasure to coordinate the Belgium node inside the TEF-Health. And basically, Belgium is responsible for 2 work packages, for the project management language, but so like this, the information is clear. Work package 2 on ethics and legal issues, that's led by the Université de Namur, and work package 3 under the leadership of the University Hospital Charleroi-Chimay. But the reason I'm here now is to welcome our last speakers, Håkon Burden and Susan Stenberg from RISE, and also Ron van de Sand. And basically the topic will be AI market access, basically what it all comes down to. As Ms. Yoli described this morning, we're very good in research in Europe, but we need to know how to integrate this research. Please, Susan and Håkon, the floor is yours. So will be 10 minutes presentation and then 5 minutes question. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Sounds like the microphones are picking up my voice. Good.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm Håkan, and you are Susanne.
That's how it is. We are from RISE, Research Institutes of Sweden, and RISE has typically 2 things they do. They do research, and that's where we are. And also they do the test and inspection and certification business. But we're in the research part.
So I have a background in technology. I did my PhD in computer science and software development.
And I used to be a judge for about 10 years or something, and then worked within the government's office of Sweden, and then came into this role as a researcher, which is very exciting.
And we're going to talk about how upcoming regulations are shaping the market for AI. And we work a lot together because we think that this topic is quite complex. Sometimes it feels chaotic. And it's nice both to have someone to collaborate with, but it's also nice to have different competencies in trying to understand what's going to happen. So this is ongoing legal forecasting. We will present it for you. Looking forward to discuss it with you later.
So the topics, European regulations. onto the TEF experience. We are at an existing market, right?
I don't know what it looks like for you. We work at a campus area in Gothenburg, and there are firms that are typically doing legal advice, for instance, intellectual property in terms of digitalization. We have a test facility for automated vehicles and machinery. We have consultancy firms developing AI and providing software tools and technologies. And we also we don't have any real authorities there.
We do have notified bodies, etc., but none for the AI systems that we are aiming for within the TEFs.
So we have a lot of neighbors, and they are already on the market. We need to consider that as we move on. Because things are going to change. We tend to call this disruptive policy. So you've all seen how the mobile phone market was disrupted when Apple launched the touchscreen mobile. Disruptive technology. We were promised a disruption with automated vehicles. I haven't seen that one yet. But we think we're heading for disruptive policy. We're now going to have regulations that radically change the market, and not by coincidence, but by design.
So we listed some of them, but what we are presenting is just, we have cherry-picked. So there are, as you know, many regulatory initiatives coming, but we've cherry-picked some of them, and we'll try to see how it looks for TEFs in the situation where we're now then. And we have to remember, we're on the market, there's new initiatives coming there, regulations with requirements, but also initiatives. And how does this work? To keep the competition, a fair competition.
Yes. So, and we've deliberately written evolving initiatives here, right? So state aid, the new rules for state aid, the EDICS, European Digital Infrastructure Consortia, definitely a new way of providing state aid for formal research projects. So how to manage state aid is changing. And at the same time, what we see as fair competition is changing. It's not in the list, but the Data Act really states that it wants to change what is fair competition on the market for data. But we won't look that much into the Data Act today. We will focus on these three.
And as I am working with a technical person, we make a matrix.
Matrix is beautiful, right? So we have on the top, we have the AI Act, the Interoperable Europe Act, and the European Health Data Space, abbreviated to EHDS, of course. And then we've decided to look into this in terms of resource. What is the resource this legislation is providing in terms of facilitating innovation related to AI? So it might not explicitly say AI in the regulation, but this is us looking into these three regulations, looking for how do they relate to the TEF.
And then we will go through them, and then we will try to sum up what we see from this. But remember, it's not exhaustive, and it's our wording. And if you want to look into the text, you're free to do it, because it's all publicly available texts.
So the AI Act, real-world testing, that is for high-risk AI systems, not all of the high-risk AI systems, but some of them. For instance, safety components, what's the word? Measuring water pressure, that could fit in there. Or an AI system prioritizing, dispatching, or the right to medical healthcare services. So not the service, not providing the service as such, but the right to the service. And as you see, it's applicable 2 years after entering into force. So if the vote goes as we all think it's going to go, this will be in force 2026, spring 2026. So then it's something on the market that's going to be provided or used, which will in some way resonate with what's going on within the TEF's right.
As we have seen and talked about today, for instance, physical testing facilities that could fit there in the real-world testing as a scoping AI testing.
And it's run by providers and deployers of AI systems. You need an approval from an authority, but the authority is not going to run these things. It's just going to say yes or no to your applications. So it's governed by those who deploy or develop the AI system. And there's not really any use of secondary data. You use consent, which is kind of inspirational if we want to use personal data for developing AI systems. Consent is a good way of moving forward, doing real-world testing.
And then the other one, also from the AI Act, that would be the AI regulatory sandbox. That's a concept that's coming from that legal proposal. And that's the same thing then, 2026. That's where that could come into force. And then you need a national competent authority to establish this one.
And here we open up for using personal data for novel purposes, for other purposes than initially collected for. So that could be something that won't be something the TEF as such could provide, but something the TEF might want to collaborate with, or say, yes, we will complement that by providing other services, but that kind of secondary use of personal data is not within the TEF scope. Or we are supporting the national authorities in providing everything they need for actually making this happen, since we are much better than they are on doing that. We have options here. We need to consider which options are we going to take, and will we take the same options for the health TEF as we do for manufacturing or for smart cities or chips or agri-food. So we're not giving you answers, we're giving you questions, and we think they are worth discussing.
I'll continue. Yeah. Then, so we also have regulatory sandboxes from another regulation. And this one, when that one is decided upon, it's just 3 months into force. So this might very well be possible earlier.
And that could also be voted on in spring 24, so then we would have access to that kind of resource late summer this year.
And this is for developing cross-border public services. So the scope is smaller compared to the AI regulatory sandbox of what you can do in that kind of sandbox.
But it doesn't necessarily say AI services or services based on AI methodologies or technologies, but we can say, well, that's a regulatory sandbox we want to use for cross-border services that happen to use AI.
And then we can compare this with the proposal for an European health data space, that regulation, which is also proposed. I'm turning around to see
you
what's
should
on
be able
it.
to see.
Yeah, but then I need my glasses and I'm too fåfäng in Swedish. But here in this regulation, it talks about a secure processing environment. So this is typically the digital infrastructure that you want to, when you want to test, perhaps. So this is for, and this is only R&D within the health sector then. On the other hand, it does say it's the first regulatory proposal for data spaces.
So we
I
might
don't
have,
know, but there are several data spaces trying to be built up.
And it's interesting that there's no governance structure in place. There's a governance structure in place of getting access to personal data or electronic health data, but there's not a governance structure in place for organizing and providing these secure processing environments. So that could definitely be a TEF service or a competitor to a TEF. So we need to decide again, what do we want? Do we want to compete, support, complement this? Yeah, so we had 30 minutes when we prepared
the slides, but now
we have less. So it's going fast. So basically the message is we can support or compete with these initiatives or just ignore them, complement them. And these are decisions we need to make.
When we do those decisions, of course, we have to analyze and think about what role do we want to take, depending on what you start to do, and don't do everything at once. You know, you need to iterate and try to test out, and then evaluate, and maybe you want to change. But at the same time, you need to think about if you change market perspectives, if you take different parts, different roles on the market, or on what market are you really? Then you need to think about things like impartiality. And this also in the end turns out to do an analysis on what price do you charge in relation to state aid rules and in relation to getting to a market later on. So we have the perspective of 2027, right, within the TEFs.
At least for the TEF sitcom, which we are mainly involved in. So we need to have this figured out in 3 years' time. And just like the picture illustrates, every journey starts with a first step, but ideally you know where you want to end up. So we don't need to solve everything now, but we need to have an idea where we're heading. And then, of course, we start with the easiest, lowest hanging fruit. And this is our last slide.
Thank you.
So just want to iterate that we are focused on an SME perspective, which is brilliant. But market maturity also means that we have market surveillance authorities or data governance bodies that know how to handle novel technologies and new situations. So the role of the TEF could either be to make sure there are mature test and experimentation facilities, and that is our market. Or we could say our market is heading for a mature AI market. That's our market. That's what we want to find maturity in.
So for instance, we heard about certification here. How do we certify the AI system? Well, if we choose to be on that market, maybe one of the TEFs will choose to do not systems that need certification. It could also be systems that wants to develop codes of practice. That's also a way of getting a mature market starting. And then it's a question of what type of certification, if you choose that one. Is it self-certification, or is it together with a notified body? And then the question arises of impartiality from different organizations that takes different roles within this ecosystem.
And meet at the TEF.
And since there's an evolving market, you here, we are the first movers. As we saw on a different slide, there's no example out there on some of the systems that need certification. So our choices matters.
And I guess that's a nice last word. Our choice matters. Thank you for raising questions, Håkon and Susanne, and my apologies for not introducing you earlier. It's been a long day, but... And now it's my pleasure to introduce this. I'm Ron van der Sand. He's Deputy Head of the Research Institute IC3. He's active in machine learning, AI, and with a special focus on industrial application. And earlier today, we raised the issue of the articulation between TEF and EDIH. and you will be speaking about these.
So, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And yeah, that's the question. How do European digital innovation hubs can support small and medium-sized enterprises? And a little spoiler, because I cannot speak for all the EDIs that are out there. We just talked and we noticed that there must be many. But I can certainly speak for my own EDI that I'm representing. But before we dive into that question, let me ask you a little question. Do we need digitization and AI? I think that's a very weird question to ask in such an environment, right? But let me tell you, one of my jobs is to speak to SMEs, to speak to small companies, and to convince them that digitization and AI is really something that we need, and also really something that they need. So my convincing arguments are as such. Sorry, it's in German, partly in English. So what you see here is basically some headlines of the current press. And I think we all know that in Germany, but also in Europe in general, we have a lack of workforce. And that's actually something that is very, very difficult to solve. So we can ask now, where are they? Where are the employees? Where is our workforce? Where is it? I can show you where it is. This is, by the way, the age structure of the population in Germany in 1990 compared to 2022. So we see, if we look closely, especially in the age range between 20 and 40, we see there's a huge discrepancy. And this is actually workforce that we don't actually have. So the question now is, or the problem is, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises, for small companies, that's a huge problem. So if you're an SME, the problem is, how can you get acquainted with these technology? How can you get acquainted with AI? How you can have a look what is important to you? That's usually a big problem for a small company, because looking left and right is really hard, because you're so busy in your operational job that looking left and right is really difficult. So good news is that you're not alone. We as an EDI, we can support you. And when I say we, I mean we. With our EDI Pro Digital, we are a project consisting of two partners. First of all, the University of Wildau, TH Wildau, where I'm from, also in conjunction with the BTU Cottbus-Senftenberg. So we too form our European Digital Innovation Hub Pro Digital. And if you look closely to the map up there, you can see, and I hope you all know where you are, because you're in Berlin, you're right in the center. But you can also see what is the scope of our EDI, and this is Brandenburg. Brandenburg, maybe some of you don't know where it is basically the state around Berlin. And I can tell you, although Berlin and Brandenburg are actually in the same local area, they are two vastly different regions from enterprise perspective. Because in Berlin, you have the benefit, it's a big city, you have young people, you have, let's say it's quite rather easy to recruit new employees for your business. However, if you go to the more remote areas, to Brandenburg, you will see that it will get harder and harder to recruit new people for your business. So, and this is where we come into play, where we support, and of course we cannot create new humans, that would be awkward, but we can actually help you with technology, and we can actually help you with knowledge that we have as the university. So let's have a look. Just some impressions of what we are doing as a research group, and also what we are doing as our EDI. The picture up left is my research group, rather old image, but you can see we are also active in the field of automation, in the field of industry, in the field of predictive maintenance. We also apply, of course, machine learning, AI, and computer vision. This is where we are coming from, always with the background of industrial applications. We have several demonstrators that are open not only for our students, but also for companies who would like to learn and who would like to get acquainted with our technologies that we have, which is just a picture which you see here on the right. So what is our approach to, again, it's knowledge of transfer to the companies of the state of Brandenburg. So our approach is what you see over here, is learn, train, assist. Learning, let's start with the left one. Learning is about raising awareness. We have many demonstrators, mobile demonstrators, that we take to the remote areas of Brandenburg and tell and show the companies over there what is doable today, what kind of technologies can solve particular problems. So the learning part is more, and I will talk about learning in a second a bit more. Learning is really about raising awareness, because many companies, really the truth is, many companies, they struggle with Microsoft Excel. So we really go there and we try to convince them and show them what new technologies can they afford and how they can use these technology to improve their processes. Then there's a second part, which is training. Training is more or less giving workshops on particular topics that we are providing. We have a workshop catalog that the companies can check, and we have several events every month, especially looking back to last year, of course, ChatGPT and large language models. I think we did at least 60% of our workshops in conjunction with prompting and large language models and how businesses can apply these systems for their processes. And then there's a third part, which is assistance. So basically, we assist with several projects when companies have certain, we call them Umsetzungsprojekte in German. In English, it's implementation projects. So we don't build prototypes with our partners, but we try within the scope of 4 to 6 weeks to try to push them in the correct direction. So we check, okay, you have an AI problem, what methodologies, what models can solve that problem, and then we try to set the guidance, the guidelines for these companies. So learn, train, assist, this is the approach we are following. So to give you just an impression of how we are doing these things. We have several demonstrators, especially covering things like robotic and together with AI, and most of them are mobile. And you saw it from the map before. Brandenburg is a rather big state, so we are not waiting that companies are coming to us, so we are going there. So we are proactive here. And also, of course, we have 2 universities. We have computational resources that we can provide. Let's say a small company really wants to develop. Oh, that was too quick. Let's go back. Really wants to develop their own AI. We can also provide computational resources. Of course, not unlimited, but for a couple of weeks or days, that's also possible. We have something, again, a mobile demonstrator, our roadshow, which is a mobile factory, let's say a model factory that we really take across Brandenburg and to make events, to invite companies and to show several aspects of digitalization and the modern production line. We have things, of course, PLCs. I think this is nothing new, but we have also demonstrators that cover, again, robotics, AI, computer vision, natural language processing, assistance, augmented reality, and so on and so forth. And then we also have a stationary lab, which in German it's called Kilian. In English, it's Learning and Applying Artificial Intelligence. Also here, a production line that we have set up just recently, where companies can come and experience several industrial AI applications. And here, our goal, to just wrap it up, is to show practical applications. I think that's very important, because companies, especially SMEs, they have to see and they have to feel what these new technologies can do and can actually create, and what kind of benefit this can create for their business. So lastly, just a few impressions of the last couple of weeks. You see, we have several workshops on several AI techniques and workshops we have. By the way, this is the model factory in Brandenburg, also a production line that all these things that I just showed to you is to invite companies and to make them, or to enable them to learn from our universities, from the experience we have, because we know what is state of the art, and the way we are transferring that is rather practical, as you can see. So that's it so far. If you have any questions, thank you very much.
question? Yes. Okay, I was also going to suggest that we have questions because I know that some people wanted to ask questions for previous sessions later, but let's start with, and thank you for making the concrete, the work of an EDIH very concrete, and thanks for the insights. Are there any questions? Okay.
So what is interesting for you to become an EDIH? So what is attractive, what is the point of attraction to become such an EDIH?
The motivation behind. The motivation, that's even better. The motivation actually is that, we saw that we are really in touch with our region, and we see how the small companies are struggling. And we saw that for many, many years, and EDIH is for us a big opportunity to not only get in contact with the companies, but also create benefits for them. And I saw that, and I have to say in the beginning it was kind of a struggle because companies, they don't know you in the beginning, they don't trust you. But I think looking back to the recent year, to the last year, I think we really made a point, and now our workshops are full, and I think we really can. And it's transferring knowledge from the university side, because there's so much there, but the companies around, they are not, or they need to benefit from that knowledge, and this is the goal, and this is our motivation.
Thank you. Petra Dalunde from RISE in the xTEF. Thanks for a good presentation. I was wondering, do you turn any of the SMEs when they're ready for testing to the TEFs?
I would say yes. We didn't have that so far, but yes, I will do that. Short answer, yes, I will, if I can. We exchange contact details, and then, of course, we will. Was another question, I think.
It is Heinrich Brankel from Austria. In Agri-Food TEF, it is rather the same question: how can EDIH support the TEFs?
So also short answer is I think the best support we can is connecting each other, and then try to figure out how we can both support the SMEs. And I think we have to check what kind of strengths we have as an ED. I think we are also, this is my impression from the past year, is that I had this slide where I said raising awareness, and that's something we really do. So short contact, we have a great network, and I think TEFs can also benefit from that.
If I can quickly react, there were two participants earlier. One said we need SMEs to be aware of the TEFs, and it seems that if EDIH are in front line, they are perfect vehicle to make the TEFs known to SMEs, and there are 4 TEFs, there are 100 plus EDIH across European regions, so that's great. And then the second, also someone, I cannot remember, I think it was maybe Agri-Food, a TEF said, first enterprise need to get the certification and TEFs helps, and then they can move to the EDIH stage. So that's also another very interesting synergy we can make. So it's a lot clearer for me now, I have to say. Okay, so thank you very much, Ron, again, and So this is when we welcome on stage all the TEFs management team, VP leader, node leaders of all 4 TEFs. If you would kindly come to the stage, please. And from what I understood, but I'm speaking under the authority of Petra, the objective of this last session is really twofold. First, because we sometimes had to raise. So if there were questions that you have that has not been answered, now is a good moment to raise it. And also because this is one of the first cross-TEF event, it's also a good opportunity for TEFs to exchange best practices or questions that they may have. And I will try to the best of my effort to redirect any question. And also, it's a way to have on stage all the faces behind the different TEF initiatives.
Basically, we are here on the screen, so maybe saying this part of the...
So, right, so I think we have everybody there. Wow, this is impressive. Are there any questions? And I guess here is a moment to ask not necessarily also question that you had in previous sessions and that where you were not able to ask. Or also I can turn to the 4 coordinators of the TEF. Are there any issues or a question that you would like to address? Otherwise, be aware I can shoot one, but I want to let you. Okay, I shouldn't have said this, now everybody's staring. I mean, I guess there is again, picking up on we are very good in Europe at research, but getting this research to the market, and also building on what Susan and Håkon have said earlier, we have to have this access to market, but we're on moving grounds because all this is work in process. It will enter into force in 2 years. It will enter into force in 3 months. So we have to, I know this is not the usual expression, but we have to wear a sweater knitting it. If you were given one asset now in the 4 TEFs, and maybe this is for the coordinator, would you like more fund? Would you like more time? Would you like more expertise?
More expertise would be nice. So what I would actually think would be helpful, and I don't remember who was highlighting this today, but I found it extremely inspiring. There's a possibility, it was just recently a presentation, the possibility for these regulatory sandboxes, yeah? And you are completely right. We are in a gray zone now until everything is in force, but we have to still bring products to the market, and the regulatory sandboxes are exactly the mechanisms that could work. So we need to talk to the politicians because they have to implement them, yeah? And this is a big challenge, but this is also the opportunity, I would say.
Rafael, yes. Oh, yes, Valentina.
Here we put all our node coordinators, and I think they are facing the main challenge. They have to bring customers, and they need. So I would like that the node coordinators, because they are offering the services locally or cross-regional or cross-country, not only on the neighbor regions. So it's a big challenge for them. The TEF coordinators, we did a lot. We put together these infrastructures, we built the network, but now the node coordinators, they are really in a big pressure because we have the services, and I can give to Björn to speak if he is willing on the services, and as a German node can bring something, and we have all
so
our node coordinators.
Good nerves
here.
for the node leaders.
That's important. Let's start with the TEF leaders.
And bring in the nodes. And that's actually a good insight for I think the discussions that we'll have tomorrow. And I see that there was the agri-food TEF also.
Your review meeting.
Yes, but we'll be speaking about nodes.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe coming back to your questions of what assets would be useful. So I speaking as a node coordinator, I would say time.
Right.
Time to reach out, time to actually learn what our customers really want, and also time to then provide exactly what the customers want. And this is actually quite a challenge, maybe a different challenge in different of the 4 TEFs. So I got the impression today that healthcare and also the agri-food colleagues are quite sure what their customers want. I'm not so certain on the manufacturing part. Basically, also due to the different types of AI uptake we are talking about, also the visibility is different. I mean, about AI, we talk quite long in health, I think. We had seen some examples, image processing and such a thing. Of course, we have also image processing in manufacturing, but it's less visible. So that's probably one thing. And one last thing about time, we should not forget the general public. We're talking about business, doing business with SMEs, but in the end, if AI should be a real success, we have to have everyone on board, the general public, the people in the streets, that they trust us and the companies that we work with.
That's kind of echo the presentation that Martin had done, but maybe before I saw that the agri-food TEF wanted to.
Yeah, so
I also could say I'm sorry to occupy the place, but for example, Clarice brought our first customer here. Probably she can say how she's reaching the SMEs. I don't know. I do not want to put you in delicate situation. But if you want, you just brought our customer, you can share your experience.
Yes, sure. I agree with Bjorn that we need time to be sure that the services we provide correspond to the needs of SMEs. So we started to discuss with SMEs from our ecosystem, people we already know, and we know what they want to develop in their business. So it is a way to start. But the idea, and we need time for that, is to extend the panel of SMEs which will be interested by our services.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can give the floor to the other person.
I'll take the floor.
Thank you for sharing.
That's all right. So I think you mentioned a number of more things that we need, and certainly we need to scale up our numbers. And scaling up our numbers means having more outreach to customers, having a little bit more networks that support us. You've heard what we can do, and of course it would be nice to see the numbers going up. Together with seeing the numbers going up, if you want to scale up at the rate that the European Commission expects us to, then definitely we need less of something, and less of bureaucratic hurdles is probably the thing that I would sign up for making a wish today, because this is something that still it's grinding us to a halt. As you hear, there is a lot of enthusiasm, there is a lot of requests for services. It is very needed indeed, but the key is being able to deliver it fast, being able to deliver it in, say, also serially or in parallel, so that we can indeed scale up the numbers. That would be key, and that would be my wish for today.
Thank you. Martin, would you like to complement this? So we have the sandbox expertise, we have time, we have reducing the administrative hurdle to be able to answer on time as SMEs need to move fast. What would be your wish?
So apart from agreeing with everything that was said, I think I will say something maybe a little bit controversial. We don't need more money. We don't need more time. We don't need more I think actually it's a massive expertise we have here. I don't remember, maybe there was another thing. What we do need is to make it work together. Let me give an example. The TEFs are meant to be technical. Not doing the policy, not doing the business development, not doing the marketing. It's like, let's build it and they'll come and love us. I'm not sure that's going to work. And the only way we are going to overcome this limitation, I would say, of our scope is with all these wonderful people who are here, not only for the TEF, but doing other things. And on top of that, not just doing, the AI on demand platform, the EDIs, the EDICs, and all of that jazz. We had the senator here. I think it was very, very nice to link this to the political level. It's always political at some point. But to see that people, they have roles with these different instruments and they put them together. And the most important thing, they do more. Even though there's all the tripping wires there, yes, I think we all know them by now. Even though, it's maybe sometimes slow, I think it's because of that extra effort that, we can make it work. But we need to make it work. That would be my wish, that we can do more than what is in the contracts. Because otherwise, I don't think we will make it.
Thank you.
Maybe I can reply. I liked it very much what you said, and I mostly do agree. I also agree that we have an enormous amount of expertise here, but I don't think we have sufficient expertise elsewhere. And this is actually the biggest challenge I meet usually in my everyday business, that there's a lack of knowledge and understanding. This is the biggest barrier and the biggest friction, the biggest loss of energy. And I think this is actually also a lack of the politics to ensure that our society can follow the complexity of the regulations, for example. So this requires education, structured education of the elite, but of all the layers that have to participate. And this is not happening. And this is a big mistake, And this can bring us in enormous trouble, I see the trouble and the delays because of this. So I think one need is really education, We have a lack of education. And this is what I would say is what we should ask for, that the politics invests in education.
And creating enthusiasm around AI-related technologies and what it entails, so that Ron started his presentation saying that SMEs are asking why, so that in maybe several years they don't ask why, but just how, and don't even think that that we need to explain why. Okay, I think, shall we end? Oh, yes. Oh, no.
So a question from the audience. Well, first a comment. I agree we don't need more time, because we really know time is a constant in this project. And for Sitcom, it ends December 27. That's brilliant. It's a fixed value, much easier to work with. Resources otherwise is quite good as well, because we know exactly how much money we can spend until December 27. What I don't agree with is looking outside of this room and say someone else needs to move. That will make me move. That's nothing I can control. That's hoping for the best scenario suddenly magically appearing from nowhere. What I want is to define what can I do today, because I have roughly 1 hour left today. What will I do tomorrow? What will I do this week? What will I do during March? What is my deliverable before I go on vacation this spring? What will I deliver before I go on Christmas break? What will I do 2025? That's what I need, because that I can control. And I can be very, very wrong, and I will need to change and reprioritize. But if I don't make that commitment, and I don't try to realize that, I don't ever take the first step. And if I don't take the first step, I can't really ask anyone else to take the first step. So that's what I want from the TEF community. Start taking the first step, evaluate that step, then take the next step. Thank you. Does anyone disagree? That's my question.
I tend to disagree, sorry, but I actually would only like to add something. Yeah? So I get your point. I think we have to be also multi-scale in time, yeah, and the target, and this requires also reaching out to others, like the politicians, and try to influence their decisions. Yeah, and this requires communication. And this is something where we will not personally be active, but we can be active in developing a network, yeah, that carries our message. And I think this is needed. Yeah, there need to be more than just we. Yeah. Sorry? Then that's your first step. Yes, you can absolutely see it such.
So, if I may just respond, Håkan. It's really, really complex. If it's not complex, it's not fun, I say. But what we can plan or not plan in 2025 demands a lot of flexibility and a lot of coordination. And then it is tempting to say we need more time or we need more resources. We don't. We need a clear sense of urgency, yes. And then we will be asking a lot from each other because things will change time and time again. So when I'm asking on the communication side, Martin, where do we need to be in June? Or where do we need to be next year? I might get a different answer tomorrow that I'm getting today, and we all need to work with that. So we need to be responsive and resilient and responsible at the same time. That's complex.
Yet we need the answers to those questions so that we can work how to change the answer on the way based on what. That's a good suggestion. Thank you.
I just want to add, thank you for that question, because if we don't start moving, we will never learn how this should be done, because it is so complex. No one knows so much, so we need to learn by do. And that's why I personally really love the Digital Europe program, because it's about how we use things, how we make use, how we learn. And this we have to do together. No one can do this by themselves.
Shall we end on this last? I mean, this is very known, learning by doing. Was it Benjamin Franklin who said this or something? But I think it's really what this is about. Just doing, testing, sandbox, certifying, validating, and okay, the scary thing is that AI is a moving target because it self-trains all the time. So at time 1, it will not be the same at time 2, but I guess we just have to go for it. But it's kind of reassuring when we see all the people that are still concentrating, debating these issues at 5 o'clock. So thank you, and I'll just give the last word to Petra as organizer.
Thank you so much, Anna-Lore, for the chairing. And I wish to thank actually everyone here on stage. Yeah, it's fantastic to see you all here together, the management of the 4 TEFs, for being here. It's a pity that we have no more time to hear you all. Yeah, I'm totally sure everyone has an excellent and very valuable contribution. We will need to have more time to have these discussions and to use all the collective intelligence of this group and everyone here as well. For now, I thank you very much. I ask you to take back your seats and applause for you. We come to an end, and I'm actually very, very happy and excited that we will have another speaker joining us via Zoom. I hope that he is there. Actually, there's a little history. The next speaker was one of the co-initiators of the TEF-Health. Yeah? So we worked together to develop the concept of TEF-Health. He was in the beginning the French node lead and the lead of the work package virtual testing facilities and TEF-Health, and was working for LNE, and changed now the position and went to the Ministry of Economy, where he is the coordinator, the national coordinator in France for AI. I think he was very instrumental in setting up our TEF-Health, and therefore now I'm extremely happy having him here as a speaker on Zoom. Welcome, Guillaume, and it's your floor.
Thank you very much, Petra. Can you hear me well?
Very well.
Super. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here with you today. Sorry, virtually with you. I'm sorry I can't join you. I had to stay in Paris for some constraint I had on other initiative. But, and as Petra was saying, this TEF initiative is very, very important to me. So I'm coordinating the French national strategy for AI, and I'm also co-founding the French partners that are participating to the testing and experimentation facility for AI initiative, the 5.1. And first, I wanted to congratulate all of you for being undertaking, for being involved in this TEF initiative, because 2 years ago, when we started the design, the setup of the TEF project, there was no ChatGPT buzz, the debate around the existential risk of AI were not everywhere as it is today. And so at this time, you already identified that AI could achieve a lot, provide a lot to our society and companies, European society and companies, but also that it was a necessity, it was necessary to set up the right trustworthy framework for the development and deployment of this AI technology if we want AI to be a success. I think the TEF project are exactly here in order to provide this answer at the European level to set up this trustworthy framework for the development and deployment of AI. And today there is a lot of initiatives around the international governance of artificial intelligence with the G7 Hiroshima's process, with all the work that is done by the OECD, the United Nations, the UNESCO, the Global Partnership on AI, of course. Also a lot of initiative around the design of labels for AI. You know that there is more labels about AI in Europe than in all the rest of the world combined. So we have a lot of initiative associated with trustworthy AI, and we have to find the right way to gather our forces in order to be sure that these initiatives are recognized at an international level, and that our values, our way of testing, experimenting, and evaluating artificial intelligence is the way that is adopted at an international level. It's something that is very, very important, and so I wanted to share some thoughts with you and some recommendation also. The first one was about visibility, because I think it's very important that all of us have in mind that the testing and experimentation facilities for AI initiative is the biggest initiative about trustworthy AI in the world. It's the biggest one. It's the initiative that's involving the highest number of partners, the highest number, the biggest resources. It could be, of course, financial resources, but also testing environment, testing data set, all the resources that we need in order to characterize this artificial intelligence system. And so, even if this initiative is the biggest one, at the moment, I don't think it is recognized as such at an international level. I'm not sure, for example, in the US, when they think about the way of characterizing AI system, they are thinking about establishing partnership with the testing and experimentation facilities for AI. Maybe some of them, but not all the stakeholders involved on this topic in the US or in Asia are thinking about the testing and experimentation facilities for AI, and they should because it is the biggest endeavor about this topic. So I think there is a lot of work to do about visibility. You deserve this visibility because you are doing an amazing job, and the project, their potential impact, their ambition is amazing. So we have to work on this visibility. That is the first point. Of course, the different government of the countries involved in the testing and experimentation facilities for AI and the European Commission are here for you to help you with this visibility, to share the information, to share your results, to establish the partnership with the SMEs that are going to be used, your testing and experimentation services, and so on. That's the first point. Second point, it's also very important, but it's the job that you are doing every day, but it's very important to design the right services for the SMEs and companies that are going to apply for to have access to the TEF project services. You know that the AI Act is out right now, and we will need, of course, conformity assessment, and we will need testing in order to, and it has been discussed during the day, during the conference, but we'll need more and more evaluation, more and more characterization of the operating domain of this artificial intelligence system in the application areas that you are leading. And the services that you are designing has to help Europe to be the first in commercializing artificial intelligence system in agreement, in conformity with this requirement from the AI Act. The AI Act is very important to set up this trustworthy framework for the development and deployment of AI at the European level. But I mean, a regulation without any tools to be in conformity with this regulation and to verify the conformity with this regulation is useless, right? So the TEF is a mandatory, an essential piece of this trustworthy framework for AI at the European level. That's the second point, and I think in order to achieve this goal of making sure that our European companies are leading the way, the development of artificial intelligence system in the world in agreement with this trustworthy framework, it's also very important to take into account the diversity of the partners that are involved in the TEF consortia. In the TEF consortia, you have certification bodies, you have testing centers, you have RTOs, research organization, and so on. So you have many different kind of stakeholders, many different kinds of partners, and these partners do not have the same kind of fundings. Some are receiving funding from public bodies, some others don't, and are really private companies, sorry. And so and it was mentioned in the last session, a part of the challenge with the TEF is about coordination, is about making sure that when in the decision that you are taking, you take into account all this diversity of partners that has a timeline that is different, that have resources that are different in order to, some will have to get services done as soon as possible in order to be able to fund themselves. Some others have a bigger, they can project themselves in 1, 2, 3 years and be insured to be funded for their activities. So it's very important to take into account this diversity. That is the richness also of the consortia that you have set up, but it's also a challenge. And the last point I wanted to share with you is also that it's important to establish the right partnership at an international level, because if we want the metrics, the evaluation protocols, the testing environment that you are developing within the TEF project, if you want these results to be accepted at an international level, then it means that you have to establish the right partnership. So it could be, I'm thinking about the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US, the AI safety initiative from Singapore. You have also a testing center dedicated to generative AI that have been set up in collaboration with the Global Partnership on AI in Japan. You have an initiative in Korea. And you know that Korea is organizing the next virtual summit about AI safety most probably in May 2024. So these are opportunities for partnership that seems to be very important for the testing and experimentation facilities for AI. And you know that France is organizing the AI Summit after this summit that was organized by the UK in November 2023. France is organizing the next in-person summit about AI by the end of January 2025. So of course, you will be all welcome during this summit, and we'll have the opportunity to also contribute to this visibility that is mandatory for the TEF to be recognized at an international level. So of course, I will share with you all and with the organizer all the details regarding this summit, but we will be very, very happy to have you. I think really the last point and the most important point for me is that in 2023, the question of generative AI safety, the existential risk around the AI was everywhere. Everyone was discussing, debating about this topic. And in fact, Europe already had set up the right initiative in order to answer this question, in order to be able to evaluate the performance, the robustness, the resiliency, the efficiency of artificial intelligence systems. And you are the one that are undertaking this initiative. So it's important to have this in mind and to continue the amazing work that you are doing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, for these great words. Yeah, I fully agree, and I thank you very much for these wonderful final words. Nothing to add from my side, only to thank everyone here, to thank my fellow TEF coordinators for making it possible that we have this joint meeting here, a second joint meeting. The first one took place last year in Copenhagen. This was the second of this kind. I personally very much enjoyed it. It was great to have everyone here. I would like to thank that you took the way to Berlin and contributed to this event. But I also would like to thank the team behind the scenes. So all the labels, the check-in, the displays. And I wanted to read a couple of names. Julie Courtiol, Leon Martin, Jenny Thiem, Christoph Hüttel, Michael Schörner, Dionysus Pedikis, Petra Salut, Boris Nalbach, the chairs, Jasmin Podufal, Ariana Sliva, Christiana Costa, exactly. I only have the first names here, sorry. And Anne-Laure Cacci. So thank you so much for making it a wonderful event. And now we have still time together. We can enjoy the rest of the evening with the services being still exhibited and having a reception with drinks and some snacks. And I hope you have a nice remaining time here in Berlin. Thank you so much.